Welcome to the Iesf South Asia qualifier for Dota 2 2024. I am Waxen, joined by Black, bringing you the first couple of series of this qualifier. Black, the teams are fighting for the top two slots. We've got 4 squads: Bangladesh, India, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, and they want to make it to the AEC Chengdu 2024. So let's start off right at the gate. Looking at these 4 squads, Black, who do you think is the prime favorite of making it to Chengdu?
The prime favorite, probably. I mean, I know a lot of players from the Indian squad, so it's got to be India for me. I played with a lot of them in matchmaking. They're very high MMR. They should be number 1, and then Nepal actually last time went through as well. So on paper, they should be number 2. And truth be told, I don't know too much about Sri Lanka or Bangladesh. So we'll see. Again, question marks. Could be very exciting, but usually a group with 2 favorites. We've seen it the last time as well. It could potentially get a little one-sided.
I'm currently looking at their previous results, which is what you told me off stream. And in 2020 and 2023, respectively, Nepal upset India 2-0 in grand finals. So, I mean, it's been a long time since then. So we'll see if they can have the same type of success in this tournament, as we're going to take a quick look at the schedule that we have ahead of ourselves for today, Black, because it's a bit of a longer one than what we had yesterday. Yesterday was a quick 4 best of ones. Today, though, oh my goodness, we got Nepal, Sri Lanka, best of 3, followed by Bangladesh and Nepal, another best of 3, India, Sri Lanka at 1 p.m. best of 3, and then towards the evening, later portions, we will be moving on to the Western Asian side qualifier, and we'll have best of 1s between Iran, Jordan in Syria, and finally 7 p.m. CET time, I assume, Libya versus Qatar. So a lot of action at hand today, a very busy start to our weekend on this Saturday. But before we talk about, the West Asian qualifier, we've got to ask you here, Black, what do you think about the format? Because it's a bit more similar to what we had in the African qualifier, right? It's a single round robin match with 4 teams, which is less than what we had in Central Asia, where we had 5 teams. Do you think this can create more, not necessarily controversy, but more tiebreakers if possible, because it's a 4-team group?
Potentially, yes. But at the same time, since it's best of 3s as well, usually the favorite should end up winning, and 2 go through from here as well, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so the 2 favorites, Nepal and India, in my books at least, are in a prime position to make it through. Now, who makes it through in seed 1 and 2, I'm not sure. But this best of 3 format, I think, favors them a lot.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably accurate. Best of 3 is usually what we want to see from the team. Well, what the favorite teams want to see. There's a less chance of an upset. There's less chance of getting cheesed 2 games in a row. So hopefully they're going to get off to a good start in this game versus Sri Lanka, because we've got Sri Lanka has a lot of stakes here today, Black. None other than our fabulous production team is actually backing the Sri Lankan squad. So for Frost and the boys, hopefully they're going to put on a good showing, win at least a map or 2. But first series of the day, Nepal versus Sri Lanka. And one of the aspects that I think we covered a long time ago, maybe last year, I might forget, is the flags, Black. I love the flags. This region has the countries in here have some of the best flags in the world, I'd say.
Yeah, I agree. So again, in Germany, unfortunately, in history and geography, we don't really learn too much about these regions and these countries. And when I saw these flags for the first time, and even now looking at them again, they look really damn cool. I mean, no offense to European flags or anything, but this looks way better.
Absolutely. I think the only European flag that I would say is up there in contention might be the Welsh flag. Wales has like the red dragon. That's kind of cool as well. But
that is kind of cool.
Yeah, but other than that, I think we're kind of lacking. Like, I mean, the German flag, I'm not a big fan. Romania, it's not awful, but not special. I mean, the Romanian flag looks about like 5 other flags, like Chad, I believe in Middle Africa, Central Africa also has the same flag as Romania, so nothing special. Whereas if you look at Sri Lanka, right, It's a dragon that has a sword and another flag outside of it. And Nepal, it doesn't follow the same rectangle shape. I love this.
I mean, if you look at Sri Lanka, it's basically 3 flags. It's like a yellow flag, and then an orange-green flag, and then the dragon in there as well. It's a triple flag and 1 flag. It's pretty insane, to be honest. So, who would you give the flag game to in this series, in this matchup?
Oh my god, I think it's probably... It's so close. I guess...
It's a tough one. I'm putting you on the spot. I know.
I'm taking Sri Lanka. Although I normally would have said Nepal because of just a different shape. I think the 3-1 is what wins me over.
Fair enough. I completely agree with this one. I think it's just too stylish, honestly, and the multiple colors too. I mean, Nepal, you have, the shape looks nice, pretty special, but they only have 2 colors. Look at Sri Lanka, man. They have so many different colors.
Yeah. It's whoever the graphic designer, I guess the graphic designers make flags for countries. Anyway, whoever came up with the flag itself idea deserves a huge shout out for both of these countries. As let's take a look at the rosters, and we're going to start off with Nepal, and we have Luris Sesson. Oh, that's a great name. Sesson? Season? What are you going to call him?
Sesson, so it's kind of nice. So it's very French, very what's it called, classy.
I'll go with on. I like that. That's kind of good. We might struggle with that mid-game, but we'll see. Then Puzzle, Callum, and last but not least, we got Blues. These are some pretty solid nicknames. I'm not familiar with either of these players. I'll have to be completely transparent with our audience at home. But like you said, you've seen Nepal defeat India several times over the last couple of years, so they must have some heavy hitters here. Definitely.
Again, India, I think India's average MMR is probably a good 8, 9K, maybe even more at this point. So to be able to beat that, I mean, you at least got to be able to match that, or have a team synergy and a drafting system that's out of this world. But again, as you said, those results are not fresh. They've been a while back. Things can change rapidly, though.
It's also quite hard to see, if the teams keep the same rosters. And we talked a little bit about the actual meta changing, right? And we talked, if Nepal has had the same roster for 4 years, they've been practicing and whatnot, but the recent patch changes might be too much. So let's see how that's going to evolve. And I think game 1 will be a good tell, as now we're taking a look at Sri Lanka's side, and we got Morpheus, Silent Storm, and Missionary, Akuna, and Game TM. Oh, I mean,
those nicknames are... I think the nickname game also goes to Sri Lanka, to be honest, man. The flag game and the nickname game seems to be on a pretty next level. Morpheus? Bro, Silent Storm? That's a good name. Now, if you go over to South Korea and StarCraft, or some of the Chinese nicknames, you have 5 people, 5 pros that are named Noob. So boring. Look at these names, dude.
Oh man, I like the way we break down. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just telling you, there's nothing better than having us on the stream to kick off your day with. And I'm actually checking what we were talking about, Black. And in 2022, which is the most recent game that we have recorded of Nepal defeating India, the 3 of the players, 4, no, what? Okay, so they have replaced a player since then. Their position 1 has been changed. Otherwise, Sesson, Luris, Caleb, and Puzzle are still in the squad.
And I would argue that plus 1, no, I don't want to stand in beef with any carries, but you're the most replaceable. Okay. You're the guy that's just farming. You're the late game insurance for your team, okay? Don't act like you're doing a whole lot. You're there for the late game, okay? The mid-late game, all right?
I think it's safe to say that Black is speaking from experience.
Yes. Dude, as a carry, honestly, Dota can become so boring. If your team is dominant, you literally don't get to play Dota. They GG out just when you're ready, and you're like, what have I been ready? Getting ready for? I've been farming for 20 minutes, got my 4 slots, just about to come out at GG. What?
Black, do I remember correctly that you used to play with FY, right?
Oh, yeah, in VG.
Okay, so I think, well, I'm hearing you talk about positions and impact of positions and carry and all that. I think I just realized that I now have a new life goal. I want to play Dota with you for you to tell me, wow, you're almost as a tenth as good as FY was, and I'll die a happy man. I think that is my new life goal from now on.
I think I'm going to be honest and tell you straight up. I think you're at least 30% as good as him. Dude, I think tongue twister, dude.
The universe was like, that is the biggest lie. I'm not gonna let Black say that.
No, I'm serious because Dota levels, yes, there's a big gap between them, but you yourself reached the peak MMR for yourself just a while back, and just pure skill wise, the gap can't be that infinitely big, you know? Like, you're really good at the game. You're way better than the average player. So I would easily say, just pure game ability, probably 30%, at least.
Jesus Christ. I'm out.
But I have to say, no. I also have to say,
don't take it back.
No. We have to say also, I believe in Dota, at least 50-60% of how good you are comes from the knowledge. Even if you're just as good as him in pressing buttons and positioning and whatnot, having his game knowledge is invaluable. These players are insane.
That is true. Absolutely true. And the experience, right? I mean, in theory, like in a simulation, you could argue that I might have that 30%. That I don't think so, but if you do, but then if you put out on the big stage, I would still probably crumble. Well, he would destroy me. But that is a hell of a conversation, and it's gonna be curious to see how the first two teams today will actually deal with this pressure, especially from the Sri Lankan side. Black, right? They have by far the less experience. They obviously haven't necessarily had the opportunities of playing on stream for a lot of viewers to watch, so that adds an extra layer to that. At the same time, they are playing one of the favorites to kick off the day, so it might add even more onto their shoulders. But as I always love saying, you know, it's a cliche, but pressure does make diamonds. And if Sri Lanka can actually convert that pressure into some successful victories today, like I said, even in a potential defeat versus Nepal, but carrying the momentum later on, they could still have that second slot to fight for if they can upset India maybe later on this weekend.
Yeah, I think this first game is going to be very telling as to where everybody stands and what kind of chances they have. But for example, in most of the qualifiers we've had, we really had one or two clear favorites, and they were pretty much completely unmatched. Yeah. They were just way too good in a league of their own. And it's just almost impossible to climb that mountain in a game like Dota that is so strategic. Because for me, in Dota, you can lose at two stages. You can already lose in the draft, which happens a lot, especially to amateur teams. Of course. And then, no matter how good you play afterwards, you just can't win. But even then, if you do manage to get a decent draft against a better opponent, then you still have to outplay them as well. So you really have to win twice in Dota to actually win. It's tough. It's tough. I think it's way easier in a game, I would say, like Counter-Strike, where it's much more volatile. You just take over a round, like an equal round, suddenly you're up 5-0, and you actually have a realistic shot. In Dota, it's not that easy, because there's so much more strategy coming in before it even starts.
And it's also like Counter-Strike now with the MR12 version. I don't know why we're breaking down Counter-Strike here, but there's more of a chance to, upset someone if there's less of a sample pool in each map. I know best of ones are not as common in CS as they still are in Dota to this day, but when they do happen, getting to 13 is much easier than to 16. Previously, you got to 13, you're playing against a good team, and the comeback would happen and you would lose. So yes, you heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. Black and Waxen coming to a Counter-Strike broadcast near you very soon. Do you play Counter-Strike, Black?
I do. What was the highest rank you've ever gotten?
Oh, I mean, Black, I was semi-pro at CS. CS was my game before Dota.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was about to brag with my... what's the one before...
Supreme
again?
Supreme.
Yeah, I was Supreme. I was about to brag with that, but never mind. Okay, sorry.
So I used I went back. I used to play 1.6 at a high level. CS:GO, I was good for like the first 2 years, and then I just did the switch to Dota. So nowadays, if you still play, you might be better than me.
I am not very active anymore. I love watching the game because whenever I watch like these super insane aimers, like Simple and whatnot. Like you see a little bit of a shadow. Okay, bro, I did not see anything, and you got him. Okay, cool. I don't know how to do that. It's a mystery to me. I would never be able to go pro with that game. No way.
But you are also a very high reflex, high skilled gamer yourself, so there might be a chance.
Okay, maybe it's just a matter of getting used to like all the game mechanics or whatever. You know, like you see a little shadow, you're like, oh yeah, right there. Of course. But when you see it as an uninitiated player, it looks so amazing.
It is a beautiful game to watch.
Yeah, and it's very simple to understand, obviously, which is why the audience is so massive.
I think that's why, of course. And that's why Dota is like, obviously, we're still trying our best to make it as digestible for the fans. And obviously, you working with me, Black, in the last, year or so, you've noticed that I have the tendency of sometimes breaking down the things because we understand the great knowledge. And a lot of our viewers are like, high brain people that play lots of Dota. But especially with Iesf, there's very big chances of we getting new viewers that are just watching the map and they're like, oh, there's colors moving. So I kind of sometimes like breaking down stuff and be like, oh, that's what the gold means, or that's where you can actually read the gold. Because if you're a first-time viewer, you don't even know what that is. You're like, gold? What is gold? I see someone looking like a monkey with a scepter hitting people, and it's hard, right? And I think we could do a better job at Dota of trying to, and I talk about us as broadcast talent, making it sometimes simpler for the viewers to get into it.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that effort as well. As you said, like, even people that are immortal players, like low immortal players, there's so many things they don't know. Even me, as a guy that spent more than half his life in the game, there's so many things I don't know. So, it's a constant learning in this game, which is what makes it very scary, but also very beautiful. Definitely. Indeed. If there's any new player out there, don't be discouraged, don't be scared. It really takes a lot of time. It's basically, I don't know if it scares them more, but it's basically like a little part-time job to get good at it.
I gotta say, going back to just a conversation before that with Counter-Strike, you know what I really hope to do, Black? I know what Toss said about playing each other. I hoped, and I thought we were going to do this in Yash, we didn't get the chance, to run like a show match between different game casters. So we would have and then to make it even, right? We do it on every single game.
Okay, yeah.
So they would get the CS squad onto Dota and would slap them around. And then we would go and play CS with them and also see if we can hack with them. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And that's how we'd prove that Dota 2 gamers are the S tier of esports.
I mean, for better or worse, Dota definitely among almost every pro player. Because most pro players, they at least try out a lot of other esports, right? Like most Dota players played Counter-Strike, probably some League as well, just to kind of test the waters. And it has a stigma that it is the most complicated game ever, because there's just unlimited options, like literally unlimited options of everything.
Would you say more than StarCraft?
Yes, because StarCraft is there's a limited amount of things that you can have in the game. I'm not saying the game is easy at all. Like the multitasking in that game, of course, is a different skill set. Multitasking in StarCraft is insane. Like these top level players, where they're doing things at 4 different sides of the screen.
Exactly.
They absolutely just destroy you.
So it's okay. Would you say that? Because I would argue that StarCraft is the highest skill ceiling game esports, but I would say Dota is definitely, if not second, in top 3. That's what I would say.
I would go one level further and say not StarCraft 2, but StarCraft Brood War is the highest skill, because Brood War is insane. You can only have maximum 12 units in one group. You have to the APM is insane, dude. 400 or 500, the best players in the world. Yeah. They're so fast. Literally so fast. I don't know how their wrists even survive it, to be honest.
One of the conversations I was having with someone, and my bad, ladies and gentlemen, we are only moments away from getting into the first draft. Me and Black are just breaking
we're
down.
We're just reminiscing on past occurrences.
What did we say we call this? The Black and Waxen podcast? We came up with a name the other week.
Okay, well, we can just call it Blackson. Maybe.
Sure. Fine. The Blackson podcast. An argument that I've heard from people is that people argue Rocket League is also like top 3, and I've played a bit of Rocket League.
Tough. Have you played it yourself?
Yes, but I'm also a mouse and keyboard person, and to my understanding, you're not meant to play it that way. You're meant to play it with a joystick.
Yes, which is also why I don't want to say sucked at the game, but I sucked at the game. That was terrible. That was probably... So I pride myself with getting good at games fast.
Okay.
Rocket League is one of those games where I understood it very quickly, but being able to execute was so difficult.
Yeah.
Also so difficult.
Do you think there's a transitional skill between platforms? So if you're a good, if you're a pro, if you're black, right? You're black Dota and mouse and keyboard, legend, expert. Would you say that there is any correlation of skills if you would do the switch to, I don't know, PUBG Mobile or to, again, Rocket League on joystick or any games like that? Do you think that the skills can transition from different inputs?
I think the knowledge... So if you're a pro player at any game, I think that's also the reason why I think I get really good at a lot of games quickly. It's because I have a very distinct way of thinking and improving in games.
Yeah.
I actually went to this TV show. It's called Heroes and Superstars. It was about promoting a mobile game. And it was a shooter mobile game. And there was a couple of pro players in shooting games and whatnot. But of course, all of us never played mobile games before. And my biggest strength in Dota was always finding the broken things and making them even more broken. So immediately in that game, I found the most broken character, carried my team. It was 3 teams of 4 players, by the way.
Yeah.
I had the highest KDA by far every round until they actually banned my character. Like it was just auto-banned because it was too broken. And I was like, what do you do to me? And then I actually had to get out there and play the game properly, and I got whacked by the FPS player.
So okay, was that what input was that again?
That was mobile on the phone.
I see.
But I also have to say, I feel like the human body plays a big role. Like I have really big hands, and I had to play on a pretty small mobile phone. So I don't know how these players do that. I watched a couple of players. They have like their big iPad suddenly for people with big hands and stuff like that. I don't know if that's allowed. I don't know the rulings.
I don't think that's allowed. I swear that's not allowed.
But imagine, okay, so I got a pretty old phone here. It's an S8, right? You can see my hand is way bigger than it. It's like pretty tiny. So how do I play on this? Like if I sit here like this, then what do I do? Right?
Someone take a screenshot of this.
Like imagine you hold it like this now to play. What do? You misclick all the time.
I get it. No, I've got the same issue. I used to have that issue with texting when phones were really small. And the first, smartphones came out, because I used to love the BlackBerry. And I was like, that was great for me. I was like, oh, just like a keyboard, but in my pocket, this is great. And touchscreen is not my forte, I have to admit with that. But I have been suggested by other fellow casters, to get into MLBB Black. Because they say, oh, it's Dota, it's MLBB, it's a mobile. You'll get it, it's fine. We need European casters. And I'm like, what are we on about? Like, I don't even have the game installed on my phone.
Yes, but I do think there is a lot of connections, and I do think you would probably get the hang of the game very quickly. It's not super complicated, but it's very entertaining, actually, if you get into it. Have you ever played or watched golf?
Have I ever played what, sorry?
Golf.
Golf, as in real life golf?
Yes.
Mini golf.
All right, so imagine real golf is way harder, obviously. It has a stigma of being super boring, right? And being easy.
Okay.
Like it looks terribly easy, right? They just go around, hit the ball, easy.
Okay, fine.
Now I started playing a while back. It is probably, in my opinion, what I've ever played. I played a ton of sports. The most difficult, beginner, unfriendly sport I've ever seen in my life. It's so ridiculous how difficult it is. So things that look easy might be super hard. Things that look hard might be super easy. But I tried yourself first. That's the moral of the story. How is our game looking? We are ready, they say. So we should be heading in momentarily. I'm
excited to see this game, honestly, Black. I think I mean, the clash of the nicknames is probably what I'm most looking about. And do you think there's going to be a story today? Like, let's say Nepal wins 2-0. Then we're going to realize that the team that has the better names and the better flags loses today?
Ultimately, unfortunately, cosmetics only do that much. Like, you can be the most handsome football player on the field,
Okay.
If a Messi comes around, not saying he's not handsome, he's gonna make you look like a fool, Which is how it is.
Who is the best looking Dota player, Black?
That's tough. So, Game & Gladiators has a reputation for being really handsome, all
true.
of them.
That is true.
But the thing is, good looks, I'm sure there's some sort of metric out there, but ultimately it's very subjective, right? To every person themselves. Like, some people love this look, other people love that look. It's really hard to say. Personally, I really like the way Fly looks. Like, he has this really chiseled chin, very nice face, I think it looks amazing, like super handsome.
I've never seen Fly in person, but he's also quite like like big muscles and stuff, so that's cool.
Oh, he's very, very fit.
What about? I'm trying to think.
That's always a problem. But I continue.
The same argument. Argument. I mean, people say Tofu these days, right? From Gaming Gladiators.
He is really good looking.
Previously, it used to be FY, right? I think FY is a good shout as well.
Yeah, but FY always had this reputation of. I mean, his nickname is the Prince, basically.
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
Must be a reason why.
That is cool.
And of course, I was in a team with him for many months. He's pretty damn good looking. When the girls are around, he's usually the guy that all the girls flock to. I had the advantage of being a white guy, so I was very exotic. I was number 2 in the team, but not even comparable to him.
I see.
He got flocked and I got jealous, and then we had a bar fight. All right, let's not go into all the details. But.
and that was the last time Black. Actually, who was doing picks for you back then? Because I was about to say that FY picked something. We got a bit of a disconnect. Sorry. I was about to say that FY stopped picking your heroes then.
No, he started first picking my heroes. He's like, deal with this, bro. But it was actually our coach drafting. So.
Okay, that makes sense. What do you think of the current state of Chinese Dota, about the teams that qualified for TI this year? It's G2IG qualified and Team 0. And I believe Azure didn't make it. And Team Turtle, which I think is a squad with FY, that they just joined up for a few days before it. They got out to top 4, top 6, so they didn't make it.
Which is why potentially their attendance at Iesf could be shattering, Because I don't.
Oh my god! Imagine.
There's so many good players free right now. I could literally. Yesterday, B-Cup and I, we went through a list. There's literally 30 players that play in Tier 1 teams that are not going to TI.
And that would be tragic.
Yeah, for everybody else, yeah. 100%.
That would be absolutely tragic. I mean, look at the team that one of the teams they ran 2 years ago was Ame, Somnus, Chalice, Jinkyu, and PYW as a sub, and Lam as a coach. What are we talking about? If this team shows up, this is...
everyone's done, basically.
Oh my goodness. And also at Asian Games, I believe they defeated Mongolia. This was 2 years ago, right? So this is the Mongolia that won IESF World Esports Championships last year, but a year predating that moment. I think, okay, I'm just looking at the squads. Let's if you let it with P-Cup, I want to do it myself. I don't care. China. There we go. I would like to see a team with Faith Beyond. Okay.
Yeah.
Faith Beyond, FY.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would take, where are they?
Me.
Do you have a double citizenship one?
No, but I'm honorary Chinese. At this point, come on.
I don't think that's how I don't think that's how ESF works. Although, with that being said, they did have, what is it, Lelis playing for Team US last year? But I guess Lelis did have double citizenship.
That's right, yeah.
Anyway, when was I? Okay, Faith Beyond, FY, Chalice, Somnus, and position 5 who's available. I know he's traditional position 4, but I could see Kaka joining them.
Sure. I mean, there's also Panda, I think, who's free right now.
Yeah. But I'm going for like all the big famous names, right? I
mean, okay, but you know the problem with that, right? Like too many big famous names.
Egos, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the ins and outs are, like what the clash of personality might be between the squads there, right, or the players. But I think that it would be so hard. I mean, that means you essentially reduce the slots from 4 to 3 because China's gonna take it 100%. Is there any doubt about that? Like,
I think if China gets to, fields a really strong squad at the actual event.
Yeah,
and Chengdu is going to be a walk in the park for them, obviously. But
yeah, of course. So again, it's a fight for
Chengdu,
yes.
Yeah, post Chengdu, I also just believe they're the heavy favorite, right? Like they're going into the World Finals. I don't see them lose.
So we're already confirmed for the World Finals. We have Saudi Arabia, of course, because of the host country. We will have Mongolia, but they've not looked as good because they've changed their roster. South Africa, who we casted, and they played well, but I don't think they would hold a candle to China in any sort of capacity. And Egypt, who again would be a good team, but wouldn't be able to take down a full squad stacked of Chinese players. So as of right now, it would be maybe one of the European squads that comes up with some big guns to pull up an upset, right? As we are actually finally getting closer and closer to having our draft for game 1, ladies and gentlemen. But out of Europe, because I know we talked about this and we looked at Bulgaria, right? If Mind Control and BZM play, because BZM didn't make TI, Mind Control didn't either, they might be a good squad, right?
Yeah. There's lots of potential. That's the thing. There's a lot of potential. It's just how much do these players care about this, because unfortunately, these national tournaments have a reputation of not being super liked among the pro players. Because honestly, they're very young. I mean, this whole esports scene is very young still, and national pride and everything is not nearly as strong as it is in traditional sports yet. But I feel like in 10-20 years from now, it's going to change massively. And
absolutely.
The biggest problem is also the scheduling, right? Like, unfortunately, Valve does not really care about other big tournaments. So they just schedule their thing whenever they want to. And then, of course, everybody wants to go to TI.
It would be... Okay, I'm looking. So it's Bulgaria if they play that way. It's Greece, which is essentially Ad Finem from a few years ago as their full squad. They could be a strong contender if they actually manage to roll back the years and play at the level they played in, 2017? And then maybe Sweden, right? With Hanskin, Excalibur, Pablo. But again, versus China, it doesn't sound good to them.
I feel like I could say that about almost anyone, though. Like, China is just a monster. Like, any team they field could literally just be a T1 team on its own.
10 seconds.
Oh, well, Black, let's stop theory crafting and let's see what the theory is going to be in the first match of this best of 3 between Sri Lanka and Nepal, as the first set of bans is already completed and the picks as well. And we're going to be opening up with a Pudge for Nepal and a Slaughter answer for Sri Lanka.
It's a hero we have seen a lot, the Pudge, I mean. And he's always had quite good success. I like the Slaughter answer, which kind of means that you can't really play him as a core already, just because take away all his armor, and he really hates that. But a support Pudge is amazing against Slaughter, so I don't think they mind that at all.
Yesterday we had a Slaughter, I believe, in one of the games I casted with B-Cop, and it looked very bad. Which, again, it might have been just more of a, an occasion, because Slaughter can still be really, really potent, especially if he manages to get an early Orchid and then high levels in the Corrosive Haze, maybe hit level 12 in the first 20 minutes, or maybe earlier than that. That would be ideal. But the one ban that is very odd to me, out of all the ones that we've seen so far, is this Clinks. What are your thoughts on the Clinks, and why do you think it's been banned out so early by Nepal?
Good question, honestly. I haven't seen too much of the hero, and every time I saw him, he's okay, but he's not amazing. So especially that early into the game. The thing is, though, these teams know each other much better than we know them. So maybe it's just a special.
Absolutely.
A Sri Lankan special.
But otherwise, the draft is looking quite nice. And we see the armor approach from the Radiant side. Lich will have the Frost to keep them stronger, but Nepal is not playing around. Black going for the Iron Shell, Charge, Spirit Breaker, Darkseer, an absolute classic.
They're bringing out like some real aggressive Dota right now. These three heroes run at you and they can kill you so fast. Synergy with Iron Shell is insane. Like, actually insane. It might be the most synergistic Iron Shell lineup I've seen for a while. They pick like something like an Ember Spirit now on top of that and a Spectre.
But wouldn't that be very greedy? If you run Pudge Spirit Break, support, it's kind of too much.
The thing is though, Pudge carry is very risky against the Slaughter because you're a very low armor hero, and Slaughter loves that.
Mm-hmm.
So I am expecting it to be a 5 Pudge. It could be a mid Pudge potentially. That works. Mid Pudge is not bad at all.
Sri Lanka now is a bit caught off guard by this
I would be as well.
Impressive answer, yeah.
What is this?
And I feel like they would have also liked to have a Darkseer maybe instead of the Slaughter, right? Darkseer Lich, Chain Frost into Vacuum is very, very good. But anyway, that's not the approach they want to take. They want to take the approach of pressure, Frost Shield on top of the Slaughter, and just run at the opponents, hit them, bash them, kill them. But they really need something here. And I'm going to be honest, what do you think of a Puck? I think Puck would be good, but they're going for the tanky approach. Even still, they really want to be up front and battling.
Yeah, and we have seen Timber many times. His damage output, especially in this patch, is insane with a double chakra on level 6. I love Timber. I mean, when you watch people like Amar play him, you know exactly what I'm talking about. They make it look absolutely unbeatable, and it gets first banned every time against him. It's just such a potent hero. Very rare to find a hero that can deal that much damage and be that tanky at the same time.
And Timbersaw is a traditional great pick versus strength heroes, which, well, Nepal has plenty of right now. And these beefy boys that want to build HP and stay as much as possible, Timbersaw kind of likes shredding through their strength. So it's gonna be pretty good. And again, Timbersaw synergizes well with the Lich. Again, Frost Armor on top of the Timbersaw. They're sticking to the game plan despite being a bit surprised by this, going with this very tanky builds. But this might also allow Nepal to consider something like a Necro. Even with Undying now, Necro is a really classic counter to these sort of beefy approaches. And we've seen a bit of Necro in 736B. I don't think I've seen it in the last week, Black, but I don't know if Nepal's playing it, and they don't really care. They're gonna just instantly pick them Morphling here.
Morphling is generally a quite strong answer against Timbersaw. He's one of the heroes that can lane quite well against him, even out-sustain him, because you, well, make HP out of nothing.
10 seconds.
I like the pick. Wait. So they have Slaughter and Timber, so that means it's pretty much a locked-in Timber mid?
Radiant team ban.
Could be Slaughter mid, right? We've seen Mulgreen play Slaughter mid.
But if they pick a hero that's good against both, like an OD, I think they're in a lot of trouble.
Well, they gotta ban it now. I think you gotta ban OD out. I think you gotta ban OD Necro, personally. They're Leshrac?
Okay.
Is Lesh really that good here?
It would be okay, but not like amazing, I don't think.
I think you need to ban the OD. And I still think the Necro would be a great pick for Nepal. At the same time, I also like the Morphling, because you know what Morphling does early on? He just morphs into the Undying and pops a Tombstone himself. And then that's kind of nullifying the effects of the Undying. But they need a carry for Sri Lanka. And Ursa's been taken out. Weaver's been bound out long ago. TA not in the pool. Tiny not either. Gyro, you don't want to pick it into a Morphling. And I think your final answer might be the Chaos Knight.
CK, yes, CK would be quite good against Morphling as well. So I wouldn't mind a CK ban at all from Nepal. Puck ban. Man, I think if they pick Odie, this game is so incredibly hard for them.
See, I said I wanted the puck for Sri Lanka, but before they revealed the Timber Saw. Nepal, you gotta ban out the CK here. There's nothing else for them to play otherwise. Like, what would they get? A Phantom Assassin? That's not a hero.
Then again, they banned the things already, so maybe they have some info that we don't.
I guess a Drow Ranger, in theory, if it would be in the meta, could be good, right? You use the Gust, you silence the Morph, you stop the charge. Yeah, they're banning out the CK. Okay, that's... Nepal, with this ban, might have just completely convinced me they're winning this game 1.
Yeah, very, very strong strategic decision. Whereas, I literally think if they pick Odie, the game's just pretty much over. It's so hard to recover from that draft-wise.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't really get the puck ban, but we'll see. They're gonna go for the Zeus.
Okay, similar approach. You just want like a lot of damage, but I still think Odie would have been way better because Zeus is not. He doesn't have a save.
This is not a good Zeus game. I'm gonna be fully transparent.
I don't think so. Also, it's a curious one.
They wanted the global thing, right? That's why you put Iron Shell, global charge of the Spirit Breaker, and then you use the Thunder God's Wrath for potentially the Nimbus for a bit of extra damage to secure a kill. And Sri Lanka's gonna come up with...
Against Morphling, though? It's considered like a hard counter.
Exactly. That's why I wasn't even talking about the Lifestealer when seeing this Black. Ugh.
I don't like the Lifestealer pick super much. It's gonna be good in the lane, for sure, but you're gonna run into problems in the late game.
Mid game, he's really struggling. Absolutely. I don't even think late game. I think even mid game, against the Spirit Breaker Pudge, they're both great at dealing with your rage. And if you just keep getting bashed and eaten alive, dismembered by the Pudge, Krim is gonna have a tough job to do. And then I feel like they're on the timer here. Because the Zeus Darkseer Morphling going post minute 40-45, they're just completely gonna annihilate you. Like, we're gonna have an Aghanim Scepter on the Seer, Morphling's gonna have 8 items, and Zeus, I assume, will be going for the magic buildup. Overall, I kind of hate both last picks from these teams, Black. I don't like the Zeus, I don't like the Lifestealer.
But I like the Lifestealer a lot less than the Zeus.
That is true.
They basically, as you said, put themselves on a timer. Slaughter, Lifestealer, and Timber are all not that good against Morphling. Not sure why they chose to pick it up.
I guess it's because they're gonna be counting on the early timing from the Slaughter, a Blink Orchid, burst the Morphling as fast as you can. As ladies and gentlemen, the first game of the day between Sri Lanka and Nepal is now underway, and we're heading in to see both teams smoking up already and wanting to test the bounty runes. And I think, Black, this is the first good luck, have fun I see all tournament long, actually.
Yeah, I agree. I always wonder how the relationships between these teams and players are, like inter-regional, because they should know each other very well, right?
I would say so.
On paper.
Oh, pause. Let's take a quick look at the facets, and the Pudge went for the Flayer's Hook. What a surprise! Extra damage, extra range, despite it being nerfed. The Darkseer went for, wait a minute, this is not the go-to, is it? He went for the Quick Wit instead of the Heart of the Battle, which is gonna allow him to have higher attack speed, according to intelligence, instead of being speedier when nearby other heroes. That's not something we often see, is it?
Very interesting, yeah. So
30 seconds.
he's going for the puncher.
Yeah, but like even when you go for the puncher, you still take the other one, because the point is you blink in, you punch, there's multiple heroes, and then you run out of there faster.
Yeah, but he wants to not run out. He wants to go in and punch.
I see. Okay.
I mean,
he's going for the
I gotta
build.
admit, I haven't seen this in forever. This facet. But if he wants to be a puncher, I'm all in for it. No, maybe
like how you
saber build.
I like how you say you haven't seen it in forever. The pack's been out for like 2 months.
Yeah, that's forever basically for the patch, right?
Okay, we got a corpse eater on the listener, so we won't have any of that issues that we had the other day. There's a rage and stuff, as the Timbersaw is actually getting pursued behind the tier 1 tower. A bit overconfident coming in from the Nepalese side, but they're gonna trade blows. Timber will be low, and so will the Darks here. And Timbersaw mid versus Zeus with a level 1 level Whirling Death. This is gonna not be a good start for the Radiant side.
Yeah, it's a tough lane for Timber to begin with. Timber loves having lanes where he can just tank the physical damage, but Zeus, obviously his magic damage is insane. So he will have some problems in this lane. That's also why I picked the Zeus. It's a very strong hero early on. OD doesn't actually beat Timber until he gets some levels, so maybe that's
true
why they chose to pick the Zeus over the OD. Yeah, we'll have to see what he can make happen.
And I think this is the first time we have the pleasure of seeing a Lich together, Black. And he went for the Chain Frost facet, which is really cool. Chain Frost kind of operates now a little bit as a Aghanim Shard Thunderstrike of a Disruptor, and it lingers a little bit if there's no target to bounce on, which makes it, first of all, very funny looking, and it adds a bit more, I guess, a reliability of the spell, because ever so often, especially in the early game, mid-game, sorry, when you use Chain Frost around the creep wave, it bounces off a creep, it kills the creep, and then you only got 3 bounces out of it. So it makes Chain Frost slightly more valuable.
Slightly, I would even go as far as say quite a bit, because the duration it circles around you is quite long, right? Is it 2 seconds, 3 seconds?
It's quite a long time, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the time where that hero is basically not completely out of the fight, but he has to be so careful where he moves, right?
Ooh, look at this Zeus in mid, going full commit, Dao jumping in with the heavenly jump, Dauber Arc Lightning Black, and
It's long.
oh, look at top, they're turning around, they've got a lot of damage, and they could probably pursue this morphling to just keep him outside of zoning out. He's not morphing as fast, shifting into strength, but the tank, I think Blues is gonna fall. He does not have a waveform out in game. TM, the Undying with the double kill coming through very early on, and morphing level 2 is a pretty weak hero, right?
He is, and Undying starter probably their peak early on. But getting the double kill is very important for them, because now that allows them to actually scale in that lane. And that's the weakness of a Pudge, right? Against Starter, you have no armor, Undying as well. 5 Pudge definitely has its weaknesses. We said the support tool isn't the best, and you probably saw it just now.
On bottom lane, Lifestealer is last hitting. He's getting pressured, but he shouldn't die. He has this rage level 2 already, so the Leech will be the one to fall. Doesn't quite surprise me, but Cream really wants to go and kill him as he was tanking a few tower hits, and now Cream might really be in danger. 1v2 tanking 4 creeps for over 20 seconds. Yeah, I mean, if you tank a full creep wave and double Ion Shell, Spirit Breaker, Dark Seer, you will fall. I mean, he shouldn't have died, but with a play like that, that's the consequences of your own actions.
Yeah, overestimating himself a little bit there. Probably unnecessary, but it happens. Sometimes you think you're stronger than you are, trying to make a big play.
What is Morpheus doing? Morpheus, bottom. He's gonna be safe, but he's down to below 100 HP, and he just came back from base. Huh, interesting. This mid lane matchup is, as you said, Zeus completely dominating Timbersaw, and it also doesn't help Mark that he came into the lane with 200 HP on the back of that like minute 0 skirmish. But up top, they're gonna cut the wave and they're gonna get the courier kill. This is a very good lane. This is, well, by far the best lane from Sri Lanka, despite still not outlasting the Morphling.
It's going to be very hard to really deal with the Morphling, as you said, especially as the levels go higher. Ooh, Timber again. It's tough. We said it's a tough lane. There's not a whole lot you can do, unfortunately.
It's a double kill. The Slaughter falls up top. He was overcommitting. The charge bottom coming in on top of the Thunder God's Wrath. And Calum with Luris is going to get another kill. And they're already on a killing spree. And there were first 2 minutes were rather close. The last 3, it's minute 5. It's a complete landslide, Black. As I hope this is not going to be the way the rest of the map unfolds. But they are playing from very far behind. 2K, almost 3K network deficit at minute 5 is game-breaking.
It is, and the lanes are tough. We said it's a very aggressive run into lineup, and I like that they're doing that very, very well. Like they lift this running.
Finally, they managed to punish Callum, but Luris will say, "Fine, you got my support. I'll get your carry," and maybe even Morpheus. For the third time, will full double kill for this Dark Seer, and he's not even dying 20 HP or so to survive the last tower hit. It's 5-0 Dark Seer, and despite that, he's still not a top network chart. He's still behind the Zeus because the Zeus also has the kills and the last hits.
You see the attack speed of the passive actually coming into play. Like, he wouldn't have gotten a couple of those kills if he didn't have that extra attack speed, so maybe he's onto something, you know, with the puncher. But yeah, as you said,
no, that does make sense.
It's gonna get a little bit tough, because Timbersaw, you generally want to have him at least do decent in the lane and then transition into a strong mid game. Without a good lane, it's gonna get pretty uncomfortable for him. He's not gonna feel very tanky.
And the fact that Slaughter died once and he's about to die a second time, the only saving grace of his squad, tries to bob and weave, but he will fall in the end. They're coming in with a track. They gotta get the kill onto Zeus. This might be worth it. Puzzle, only level 4. He cannot dismember anybody. He will be the one to be dismembered as a death mark. Gets a double kill and going for more. Morphing level 4. Are they gonna tank the tower? They want to go for more. We have not the pursuit here. I don't think they would have killed him. But it could have put even more pressure there, right? I don't think you're afraid of the tower, but maybe they didn't want to have a Dark Seer TP on top of them with a vacuum wall.
Yeah, they did the damage to kill the Zeus, very important kill. And we said it was a landslide. They have made some really nice plays to recover the game into a nice state for them.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Cream, he really needs to not die here. Calum is completely committing, okay, finally halting. About to go under that tier 2 tower. As only level 4 in the Spirit Breaker. Again, despite the kills and the gold lead, the big chunk of that is onto the shoulders of the Darkseer and the Zeus. The rest of the squad, including the Pudge and the SP, are still not under level per se, but under leveled compared to the rest of the cores.
Mm-hmm. They'll definitely have the. They'll need to get their level.
Hey, Deathmark arriving in time to help. The Undying with getting a trade kill onto the Slaughter and onto the Spirit Breaker, and that's not bad. Not bad at all. With that being said, our lovely observer just pulled out the net worth, which well, it makes it look kind of bad. But I like that the Undying's playing very good game, and the net worth actually reflects that, because he's playing as a proper position 4, not a position 5. He's going to be going for the Guardian Greaves, and I think we are in a patch where we are slowly returning into an aura meta, right? That's why we see these offlaners like the Darkseer being picked up, because they are building it so early.
Mm-hmm. Auras are really strong, and they also getting the rope. The windows are tightening a little bit, my friend. Of course, Sri Lanka really make anything happen here. It's tough. I really wonder if they just completely pick for comfort, because, like, they kind of counted themselves in the draft. Oh, nice hook again. Rose.
I mean, probably. Oh, look at Nether Strike again, connecting. Rekful will die. Not another Slithering Crush, and he was so close to having the blink. It might have been a comfort type stuff, right? But Because this is not, like, Lich is not a S tier support. Undying is actually kind of making a bit of a comeback into the meta, but not as much as, I don't know, what are the other S tier supports? The Spirit Breakers, the Weavers, the Shadow Demon even, or Disruptor, who are still relatively viable. And Nepal, on the other side, I would argue they are running heroes that are very, very good in the current meta, including the Pudge, despite the nerfs from 736C. Another charge, they're popping in the Tombstone, and they're gonna get the kill, but now the hook coming in. Twisted Chakram will not connect to anybody. We still don't have a blink, and they're pursuing. Now turns around with the Dismember to sacrifice himself to allow the Zeus to get out. They're trying to get on top of the Zeus, but the stuns are not going to be there in time. And now Tsuki on the Morphling will also disengage. Still, great team up from the Radiant side to get a few kills back in their favor.
Yeah, especially with the comeback gold that's available in Dota. These kills matter a lot. I'm just a little bit worried that soon the Morphling is going to be too much of an issue to deal with. If he ever steals Rage, he's going to be nigh unkillable for the Radiant side. But I really like that they start putting on pressure, because it's the only play they have from now on. They're on a big timer, and it's go time pretty much all the time for them now.
Look at the Zeus building an Orchid after the Kaya.
Oh, sorry, he is going right click still. Going into the Lightning Hands as well after.
I mean, I love the Orchid as an item. I always think, Orchid's been an underrated item since it has another attack speed component with the Blitz Knuckles. I don't necessarily know if it's going to be the best choice here for the Zeus, but look at the smoke. They're rotating around. They want to get on top of blues. Deathmark's smoke does get popped, but look at the Darks here coming in, and now they're turning the team fighter around. They didn't even get to jump in first. Nice Dismember, and now Nether Strike onto the Slaughter. Can't even get the stun. Yes, they managed to get a kill, but the Leech falls in the background. Two of the cores are very, very low, and the damage flying in from the Morphling. Krim is just walking around, and now tries to turn focus onto the Darks here. Everybody else has fallen. Krim, can you get something in exchange? I think you are gonna get a one-way ticket to the graveyard, as we have Sison on a mega kill streak and Nepal with a team wipe.
This is the problem. There's just too many small things coming in, and Zeus can't be touched. If a Zeus is untouchable in the backline, he just deals way too much damage. We saw here. He was even as confident as to jump into a Tombstone, into a Slaughter, because he's so far ahead. They have the Guardian Greaves, Crimson Guard completed soon. And you can see here with Nepal, no clowning around at all. They're playing this very seriously. No funny item builds, nothing of the sort.
I mean, this is their first match on stream, right? It is very important for them to get off on a good start. And again, it's 4 teams and it's best of 3s, but they're not taking any risks, which is the right approach. You don't want to disrespect your opponents, because we see Sri Lanka, when they are chaining together, especially a few minutes ago, they are able to get a few pickoffs, right? And if you allow an underdog team to get the momentum going, they could be punishing you. And Nepal doesn't want that, right? They want to qualify to Chengdu. They and again, when they will be facing India in a hell of a matchup this weekend. So not losing any maps is the way they want to go, because in the end, it couldn't come down to seeding, right? Like we said, 4-way groups are very, very tricky. We so often see that in football in Europe, right? Although I'm not really a football person, but it happens. Every single map, every single victory or loss can count towards you making it or not making it.
Yeah, and as you said, seeding is also a very important thing, because it could give you a better matchup. But yeah, ultimately we see them, they're not going down without a fight here on Sri Lanka. If you give them an opening, they might very well make you pay for it. So play it safe, make sure that yeah, you don't leave it up to chance.
Has fortified its structures. Radiant's bottom tower is
They will start knocking at the bottom tier 2 tower, as the Radiant squad's gonna actually take a tower for themselves. First of the game, minute 18, will be the tier 1 top that they managed to claim, sacrificing the bottom one. No, actually they're popping the 45. They want to buy themselves a bit more time, and it's not going to be sufficient time, as there's a massive creep wave joining up with the Morphling and the Dire Boys in just a matter of seconds. 13k behind, 11 kill deficit, 14k now. Full Manta style, Morbid Mask, and starting to build towards a Phylactery and Kanda. Vizone is the Morphling. How far are we from the Radiance on the Lifestealer? Oh, does he almost have it? He doesn't even build it anymore. Armlet into Sanj.
Yeah, chose to not build it. His early game was a little bit too rough, maybe, for him to justify going for it. But it's further going to weaken him coming into the mid-late game, because he can't really farm very well without it.
And now the Slardar, like in the draft, I call that he really needs an early Orchid to get on top of this Morphling. He went for the Blink Dagger first because they needed initiation, but that means he's now so far behind he needs to build a BKB, so the Orchid is... well, to be fair, it doesn't matter anymore if you do, even if you had it, because the Manta would dispel it, right? So, a few, I would argue, mistakes coming in from Sri Lanka, even when it comes to the item prioritization. But I think they've also been forced in that scenario when you didn't win any single lane.
Yeah, looking for a fight again, though. They're just getting kited like mad. Rage is on cooldown, they can't really fight here anymore. As you said, the news is tightening. It's going to just get tougher and tougher. The scary part is that Morphling has been free farming the entire time, but he's not even top 1 net worth because of how good the others game is. It's absolutely crazy how good of a game Darkseer has, and the Zeus as well.
I really wanted to see the fast punch. I think if he's going Blink Dagger before Ags, we might not get to see the Aghanims this game.
You might be very right on that.
Look, they're going Roshan. It's bottom. They're setting up already. It should be a pretty easy kill. They just need to push the wave. There's no tier 2 for the Sri Lankan squad to TP. And yes, they have the outpost, but they don't have the team fight, right? They are not the ones with the Vac Wall combo plus the Leech Chain Frost. They have...
The Rectus probably also first match in this BO3 series. Again, we said upsets in Dota are much more unlikely than in most other esports. And the draft was just really rough for Sri Lanka. They kind of picked themselves into a corner. As soon as that happens, when you're also playing against a stronger team, it's almost impossible to win, unfortunately. Dota is such a grueling and brutal game.
Would you agree that they had a very hard to accomplish win condition, and at this point the execute from Nepal is much easier, right? You got charge, vacuum,
but ultimately they kind of did that to themselves in the draft. I don't want to take anything away from Nepal in terms of gameplay. I love their draft as well. It's so easy to execute, right? Darkseer, Pudge, and Spirit Breaker, so much disable, so much frontline. You just run in, gives plenty of opportunities for Zeus and Morph to really come in and clean up. You can't really fault them for anything. I think they played a fantastic game of Dota, hard to finish.
And I guess on the bright side, right, we often look at the teams that are the underdogs and we say, oh, they weren't even ahead ever. Sri Lanka was ahead. They had 2-1 when it comes to kills, and then it went to 2-9. So not great. But yeah, minute 12. Claiming the final, I believe, tier 1 tower we are witnessing right now in mid. No, the tier 1 top is still standing, but it was also when they bundled up as 4, right? Nepal, allowing the Morphling to just completely free farm. And here, this was probably one of the best attempts, but the counter initiation from the Spirit Breaker was so good. And the bashes, the charge, the Nether Strike, and then the Thunder God's Wrath doing such a good job because the Sun had an amplified damage rune, right? That's why we saw the HPs essentially be halved at that point. And they really tried to get on top, at least of the Reese, but they couldn't do so. And Krim ended up falling, giving Nepal the first team wipe. And that was the end. They had a few more attempts, but the vacuum walls were pitch perfect from Blue Reese, who I would argue Black MVP of that game on the Darkseer.
He played very well for sure, and it was actually seemingly the correct decision to go for the passive as well. Like, he got so many kills due to that increased attack speed, which is very interesting. It's not something we really look at a lot, because mobility is so important in Dota. This game worked out perfectly for him. Just a little more space diving. I mean, at this point, as you said, there isn't really a whole lot of Dota left to play for the Radiant side, unfortunately. They're too far behind. With an inferior draft at this point, it's almost impossible. The Morphling is his complete free game. He steals the Rage. He's basically untouchable.
You know what? I am happy though. What we did see today, we saw Eternal Shroud lose. Eternal Shroud. You said before it got a little bit nerfed that you don't want to see the item in the game. You want it to be removed, like Great Pack was. Do you think it's less broken now that it's gotten a few tweaks?
It's definitely less broken, but it's still too good. It just makes it so tanky. It gives you basically infinite mana against certain lineups. I don't think you need an item that's that good, you know?
Hey, it lost, so it might not be that good, right? It's definitely the item's fault, not the fact that nothing else really went in the favor of Sri Lanka. As I believe we are only moments away from getting straight underway with second game, Black. And I gotta ask you, how do you think that is that not a disadvantage for Sri Lanka that they're going straight back to back without a bit of a break so they can mentally reset?
Well, I'm hoping that they had a little bit of a talk together as a team.
Mm-hmm.
But it can definitely be tough after a pretty one-sided game like this to really mentally recover. Everybody has like their own routines. Some people are face washers, other people they get
face washers. Okay, that is a throwback for our viewers. Yeah, are you a face washer, Black?
I have to admit, I told you, right? I don't just do that in Dota. I do that in pretty much everything. I'm a copycat, so I try to copy what everybody else does. So I tried everything. I tried massaging myself. I tried the face washing. I tried eating a snack. Somebody pulled out a fan right in the face, to kind of help them relax. I tried all of these things, and what I realized helps me the most is a combination of multiple things, to be honest. And oftentimes you don't have enough time for that.
Are you going to tell us what the combination is?
Of course not.
It's a secret, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you, though, that I do not know of another Dota pro player. I actually copied this strategy also from Flash, who's known as the ultimate gamer in all games in Group War.
Okay.
And after doing so, I improved tremendously. No joke. He takes a ruler, he measures distance, keyboard, table edge,
no
keyboard to mouse. Ever since I started doing that, no joke, I can't stop doing it nowadays anyways, but ever since I started doing that, I feel so much more at home. The reason why he did that, he said in the interview, is he wants to make sure that he has the same environment every time. So it feels like he's playing at home, so nerves can't get to him anymore. And I thought that made complete sense. Everything just feels so fluid. I love it. Ever since I started copying that, it's absolutely amazing.
And isn't that a bit overkill, Black? Especially as you're now...
But you want to be the best, right? So why would you leave something that you can easily do untouched? Right? Like if you can do something like that, that's easy to do, and it gives you like 1.5 to maybe even more percentage to win. Why not? Right?
Yeah, but does it didn't matter to you now that you're no longer competing?
The thing is, I can't stop doing it now because I did it.
I see. That makes sense.
It's a big problem. I don't remember. Have I told you about my Overcooked story?
It kind of rings a bell, but I'm not certain. Go for it.
The Overcooked story when I played with my friends and they never played with me again.
No, I don't think I know that story.
Okay, so...
But that sounds very sad, actually.
It is pretty sad, yeah. We've never played again since then, as I said. So what happened is... I'm sure you know Overcooked, right?
Okay.
Yeah, you like put the ingredients together, you make a dish. So the multiplayer is basically an open map. You can access their belt, they can access your belt. So every time they completed the correct dish, I took it from their belt and put it on mine. Obviously, it's 3 points. Then they were like, well, screw you, we're going to do the same thing, which I already predicted they would do. So I prepared the wrong dish intentionally. They take the wrong dish to get minus points. They ended the game with minus 2,000 points. We ended the game with 6,000 points. And I've never seen them so mad in my entire life, dude. I thought it was super funny. My teammate thought it was super funny. Our opponent, they were mad. And they were done with us. We never played again together since that moment.
I don't know if I should laugh or if I should
I also don't know. At the time, I was laughing a lot because it felt really funny. But then when it set in, how mad they got because of my try-hardness, you know? The problem is it's not something I can control. I just try hard in everything I do. I wish I didn't, but it's just me, you know? What can you do?
Yeah. Well, while we wait to get into this second game of the day, Black, I'm going to give you a little bit of an update of what's happening in the other stream.
Please do.
Which is, well, not on the stream, sorry, in the other game off stream, that's what I meant to say, between India and Bangladesh. So it's currently minute 35. So probably way longer than we were expecting it to happen. India does have the advantage, yes, but they are fighting versus an Ursa who is second in net worth. So despite being 15,000 down in net worth, ladies and gentlemen, I believe the carry of Team Bangladesh is trying his best to keep his squad into that one. So Bangladesh giving a run for the money to India, right, Black? It's pretty impressive, I would say, and I would say also quite unexpected, maybe.
I think so, yeah. Especially, as I said, for me, India, I thought they were the favorites. Now, do we get to cast them today? No, I believe we don't. Because I would love to see the players. Can you see the players? Who's playing?
From India? You have Krish, which is, of course, I think the most famous player of India, right?
Yeah.
You've got... Oh, yeah, by the way, Krish is running a Shadow Fiend. A top net worth.
Okay.
No chance on the Tiny.
Yeah, okay.
And I can't see anybody else because they're dead. But I assume it's their classic squad.
Well, that is very surprising then that Bangladesh is that good. Because their names... I've been looking through them. I think I know one of them. Mm-hmm. But again, it doesn't really mean much nowadays anymore because the skill gap closed quite a bit over the years. So maybe they might just be on par with India and Nepal now. Maybe Nepal is just the Giga team here, since they also beat India last time. We'll have to see what actually happens. But does it look like India's still taking it, or?
I think so. I think they had the lead. They had the ages last I saw. And I think most probably they will be... They'll be getting that over to the finish line in just a few moments, despite, like I said, the Ursa trying his best to hold his own. But it's only game one, right? And if you lose a close game one and you're the underdog, I think Bangladesh might come in very, very confident in the second in that second matchup. So hopefully they'll see a bit more success, right? Because I think it's safe to say, Black, in all these qualifiers, maybe with the exception of Australia versus New Zealand, which was a match, everything else was pretty cut and dry. Like the favorites came on top. You could argue Myanmar was also upset because, they were the silver medalists of last year and didn't even qualify to Chengdu. So maybe that was also a bit of an upset. But otherwise, in Africa and all of the other Asian regions up until this point, it hasn't really been a competitive fight for the second place, right? It's top two clear teams and then everything else and everybody else. Hopefully, we might get a bit more spice here in South Asia.
I would like it as well. And Bangladesh seems to be trying to make a case for that. We'll have to see if there was a one-off. Maybe India misplayed, maybe they overplayed. We'll see, because obviously consistency is what matters ultimately, especially in those longer series.
Oh, we're gonna see them today, Black. According to my schedule, which might be wrong, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting Bangladesh Nepal next.
Yeah. No, I was asking earlier if we're gonna get to see India, which I don't.
I see. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, because that would really give me more of an insight of how they're really performing right now.
Yeah, I think we have
tomorrow. If they manage to beat India, that would be super fun, and then maybe they play against Nepal after. Why not?
Very, very exciting stuff happening in the Iesf Asian qualifiers. As right now, I am receiving note that India did manage to take it over the finish line in just under 40 minutes in the first game versus Bangladesh. But
closer than expected.
Absolutely closer, yeah. Unlike our series here, right, where we said that Sri Lanka has the better flag and the better names, but sadly not the better plays just yet. And looking at the drafts, right, Black, for the second game of the day, we both said, the Leech, the Slaughter, the Timber, so there was a lot of overlaps. The Lifestealer didn't make much sense to us either. Would you like Sri Lanka to completely scrap everything or to just try the same thing but with a few different heroes?
I think it's important to stay in your comfort zone, but your comfort zone cannot be outdrafting yourself. So if you had to choose between being in your comfort zone or getting a good draft, you always have to choose getting a good draft. If your comfort zone is within that good draft, go for it every time. Like, it doesn't have to be the perfect pick, but it needs to make sense. But picking Lifestealer into a patch that already counters it, support patch counters Lifestealer. That's just how it is. But remember, goes through Rage. And you were picking it into a Morphling, which is like probably one of the hardest counters in the entire game. Like, that is just not how you can win against a team that's already on paper.
Okay.
So we'll have our next draft underway soon.
I'm gonna go on a limb and say that Nepal has warmed up and they're gonna be even more dominating than game one.
That is very possible. Always some players that need some time to warm up. I mean, I told you I just started playing golf recently. I need roughly 300 swings before I hit a ball properly. It's kind of ridiculous. Everybody makes fun of me all the time. But I don't care, I don't care. I am me. What do you want? I might be trash now, but in 10 years, I'm going to own you. That's just me as a person. And in 100 years, well, we talked about we want to be immortal. Hopefully, I'll still be 40 years old.
So what you're saying is that you will be the next generational Tiger Woods.
That would be badass, but probably not. Like, some people are just unreachable, like Michael Jordan, stuff like that. It's pretty tough to ever step into to fill their footsteps.
Wow. Arguably one of the most successful athletes ever in any sport, right? Sport-wise, we're not talking about personal life. That is something way above me and my knowledge of Tiger Woods' life. But with that being said, let's move on to potential future legends here from the South Asian region. Nepal versus Sri Lanka. They're starting their campaign for 2024's national squad. One with a victory and the other with a loss. They want to bounce back, which is going to be pretty hard to do, but they're sticking to the guns black. I just asked you about that, and that's what they're doing. Slaughter is coming through, but they're banning out the Darkseer, which I think is fair. Luris was an absolute disgustingly good player on that hero.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. But do I like the Slaughter again? It's just a hero that's so easily exploitable.
Radiant team ban.
I don't know, there's so many carries that are good against it. Morphling. Troll is really strong in the patch right now. There's a warrior. They are getting...
Okay. Conka Pudge this time around. A different type of setup for the Pudge. We're going to have X into Hook or Torrent X Torrent into Hook. Okay. I do like this, though. Vengeful is great. Hopefully, though, not as a carry.
Hopefully not as a carry. It has a great synergy. Viper? Okay. We'll see what it does. I'm not the biggest Viper fan. It's kind of like a win lane, lose game kind of hero. They have some secret sauce.
Are they going all in on trying to punish this Kanka? They're assuming it's a Kanka mid, and they're like, yeah, let's just throw Viper and Trumpster the Kanka mid?
Potentially, but it could be a Kanka off too, right? We've even seen +4 Kanka.
Exactly, that's why I'm not certain. And now this Wind Ranger... Okay, so far you've got what could be 3 cores for Sri Lanka, and neither of them likes building MKB.
Yeah, I really like this opening already. Tiny is a master at punishing Viper. Super slow movement speed, of course, the Viper. And you toss him into the tower, something like that, and
10 seconds remaining.
you're pretty much just dead. Nepal's draft is pretty much superior already, again.
Yeah, even with the Kanka, which is a non-factor for us, because Kanka hasn't been in the meta for over a year now. But even the Kanka, I'm like, it's fine. He's going to be a beefy boy. He can flex. He adds a bit of a team fight with the ghost ship. The setup for the Pudge we already talked about. So Sri Lanka really needs to, I don't know, sort something out here.
Definitely. The draft has a lot of things left wanting. How are they going to sort them out? It's quite difficult because the heroes aren't like that flexible, right? What are they really going to do with it? Undying. And they have really little stun and catch. You know what I think about that?
He played the hero well. It's just, it kind of just fell off very, very hard with the rest of the squad, right? And Undying is meant to dominate, right, and convert into a victory. And we saw Slardar Undying pressuring their lane last game. Well, now if this is a Windranger safe lane, she's not as susceptible to dying early on as a Morphling is, right?
Yeah. I mean, Windranger safe lane we've seen yesterday, it didn't do very well, so there's maybe a sliver of hope there. But you have 3 heroes that really want to right-click, and Windranger does not care at all. Tiny is going to be incredibly tanky as well.
10 seconds
Now the
remaining.
only thing they're really missing is a good source of damage.
5 seconds
I'm
remaining.
expecting... Honestly, I don't know. This Kunkka pick is a little bit out there, and I feel like it's a little griefy towards their draft, because now their lanes will be tough to get really through. Like, what are they going to do? You can't really do Tiny Kunkka offlane. It makes no sense together. Kunkka mid against Viper doesn't sound that good. If it is a Viper mid.
Tiny mid Windranger carry. Kunkka 4, Pudge 3, and you pick a last support.
It can work,
5
yeah.
seconds remaining.
And you get like a Bane or a Shadow Demon or like something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Or a Stunner, maybe Shadow Shaman. Just hex the Viper and the Slardar. Set up for the Pudge hook, maybe.
Just do it.
Sri Lanka really needs to cook something up here. And I think this is the second game in a row when they do not have last pick, which I would argue is by far the best thing to have, especially when you're running like tier 3, tier 4 Dota. You gotta have the chance of catching
Your Portal of God.
maybe
Radiant team.
OD? Ember.
Okay, so it's Ember mid. Now Kunkka is no problem whatsoever.
Wait, is that a Viper safe lane? No, can't be.
Viper safe
Seconds
lane.
remaining.
We've seen it before. Not very
Slardar safe
successful.
lane? Slardar safe lane, Viper off
5
lane?
seconds remaining.
Hey, we've also seen Slaughter carry before.
What about, okay, this might be
It's not very reliable,
Choose
but
your hero.
Lina.
Lina middle, okay. That makes sense.
These are-
Very strong mid laner.
Okay, so Ember mid confirmed. Viper off lane, Slardar safe lane carry, and the Vengeful Spirit support. Huh.
Slaughter safe and carry. It's been a long time since I've seen it. It's mostly not popular because it's just very risky.
This is like Loda 2015 type picks here, coming in from the Sri Lankan squad. Larice is going to be the offlane Kunkka, though.
I'm not
These
a
are
big fan
some-
of Kunkka. I'm going to be completely honest.
These are some very strange drafts from both squads, Black. Calum is also running the position 4 Tiny, and they're going to stick to the 5 Pudge.
I
Wow.
think I like the 5 patch. It's just I have problems with the Kunkka, I'd say,
Yeah.
and I have problems with the Viper. Other
They-
than that, I
they-
think these drafts are actually pretty good. But I'm still gonna give a big edge just because I saw last game of the way they played in Nepal.
I think this is a very greedy lineup from Nepal, and despite that, I still think they are going to be the ones coming out on top. But I guess if Sri Lanka hits a good tempo and manages to punish this Lina Windranger duo of cores early on, they could take over mid-game. Overall, if I would have to give a percentage, I would probably take Nepal for about 80% here. Also, maybe 5 or 10 of those being based on their performance in the game number 1, as the second game and potentially final game of this first series of the day will be commencing. Right now, both teams smoking up, and let's see who has the better chance at initiating in the early game. Do you think I don't think you should contest the bounties here, actually. You have a magic missile and a slithering crush to fight into a hook, light striker array, and the Kanka torrent or splash. That's a lot of damage coming in at level 1.
Yeah, it feels pretty bad in general to contest with a Viper. Like one of the slowest hero in the entire game. So, I agree. Try to settle. If you fight early game, you might find yourself with a really big disadvantage. So.
30 seconds.
But they have an Undying as well, right? So I guess that could be a case for them really just trying to get a surprise kill, but it's not going to happen. Both sides kind of thought the same thing.
Setting up in the corners, nobody will spot each other unless Puzzle and Caleb want to wait here after the creep spawn to maybe catch the Ember Spirit by surprise, which would be very, very painful for Sri Lanka. We'll see if that's the game plan. Otherwise, we see a very aggressive Observer Ward from their Dire side, deep behind the tier 1 bottom.
Yeah, it's a very interesting position. I think they just wanted to catch someone off guard. Don't think they can really make that much use of it in the laning phase.
Black, look mid. They're camping him mid. The hook connects as the pulse comes through. Black DC, but there's 4 players there, and the Lena's coming as well. Mass disconnect from the Nepalese squad, and
just as they hit the hook too.
I mean, that's a good news, right? It's good news. That means they're boot camping, right?
Yeah. They're definitely a very serious team. You can tell by the way they're playing and by their skill. I wonder if all these teams are boot camping or not.
Prepare for a lesson.
I love the animation, December Spirit. Look at it. It looks like he's traveling through time. He looks like he's time walking like a faceless void right now, actually.
It looks pretty damn funny. Sure, let me go, bro? No. Actually, there's no real follow-up. So I say that.
Okay. Yeah, there were 5 heroes there camping the Ember Spirit. What a dirty tactic coming in from their side. As right now, they are going in to the lanes. Ember Spirit will actually come back in just a bit later, as Lena will have the XP and gold lead to kick off the game. And Ember into Lena is it's not an easy job to do, especially when you're getting outplayed. And Breckful just dies. Got hooked under the tower, and the Wind Ranger connected. Unbelievable. This is a disaster.
That's the problem with Viper, though. Especially against a hero like Pudge. You have 275 base movement speed. You are going to get hooked like all the time. It's almost inevitable, I'd say. It's so incredibly difficult to dodge that. Like, how do you even dodge it?
Well, you're clearly not dodging it, as I don't even know what to say right now. It's the worst start possible for Sri Lanka, as I feel again like they've been outdrafted and punished even without that. Look at game TM. I think he was trying to camp for the creep, and he will manage to get the last hit, at least a little bit of a victory. That was a glove of ace as well on it. So small victory for them, as yeah, this is interesting. Like, they're playing Slardar twice, and they're running it on 2 different heroes. As the Ember Spirit mid, it's getting very low in HP. The long range right clicks from the Lena are bringing him very low. Still alive for now. Now skirmish down bottom. Totem coming in, and the Viper will get the kill, but the Wind Ranger should get it back. No mana for the Wind Run, and he will fall. Shades of last game with game TM staying alive, triumphing in this battle.
His Undying seems to be really top-notch. There's no wonder that I keep going back to it. But still, I'm very worried about this Viper. Already died twice. Mid lane is incredibly hard as well. Lena historically always counters these kind of melee heroes, especially with a good start that he's already had, given at the beginning with the first blood. So, yeah. I think the saving grace is that top lane, Slardar should have a completely free lane. Like, these two heroes do nothing to him.
Well, what if the Pudge rotates? Then that's gonna change it up, right?
That's gonna be a problem, yeah. But he's probably gonna be busy bottom for quite a while.
There's a lot of creeps under the tower. He's gonna farm a little, pretty well right here with the Slardar. He's gonna get a huge boost of XP right now, as he has a huge double wave under the tower. And moving on, this Slardar should be more impactful than the one last game, right? He has a much better start and a much better lane, but he's also the win condition for them, as they're going for more bottom. The Windrun, though, 2 points in it for Blues, who's just completely getting out of there safely.
No problem whatsoever, huh?
And
that's the thing. If Windranger doesn't put herself out of position, she can never really die in this lane. Only time she can die is if they are over-aggressive and she's a little bit out of position. Night hook again.
Oh, they did get the kill in exchange, though. You're losing your offlaner, right? But he would have died anyway. Getting something back there, it's okay. And he got the XP from that, because Game TM was there very, very close to allow him to get that. No gold for the Viper, but the XP is gonna be feeling nice.
Now the question is, when is it time to make Undying your offlane?
About 5 minutes ago? No?
Because
Viper
he's having a
support?
great game, right?
Yeah.
Undying offlane has worked in the past. It can be an aura builder. Maybe it's something to consider, because Viper's only sitting at 12 CS. The game's a lot closer than last one, though. That's very good news. I like the lanes overall a lot better. Both teams have very interesting drafts. Not something we really see at the top tier level. And yeah, so far pretty even game.
They are playing for the lanes, right? So it's good to see that they're actually not losing them this time around, as we see another double creep wave coming in, and they're actually going for X marks the spot on top of Cream, but the double Slithering Crush and the Magic Missile. Caleb is tanking a lot of tower hits, and now the Blood Green, the Vengeful Spear really wants to connect. One more right click will do the job, but the stick is coming in just in time, and Caleb has another toss. It's going to be allowing him to get the kill now. Grim tanks a lot. That's 4 range creeps he has to tank, and oh, Laris is so happy to deny them all, as in bottom we get more action yet again. Game TM really tries to get something back in exchange once again, but this time he doesn't have the mana for it.
And Windranger is getting bigger and bigger.
The Kahoot connected as we were looking away, and Game TM will fall.
Yeah, he's hitting a lot of these really nice hooks. Makes sense why they pick it so much early on. All lanes are going pretty well again. We said the game isn't really one-sided, but it's starting to get there again. It always feels like Nepal's a little bit slow to warm up into a game, but once they're ready, they just go completely ham. Now the problem is Windranger's level 6, almost 7. Your Viper has no chance anymore. It's just a walking ATM at this point.
This Viper level 4 got focus fire by the Windranger, and now Krim up top will die to the Tidebringer, as a Game TM rotated trying to assist his safe lane hero, and it's looking very, very rough for them, as Morpheus is here, but they don't have to catch for this Kanka. And it's interesting that the cores are the only ones that seem to be dying on the Sri Lankan side. Game TM is having a good game. He only fell once in a 1v2 with that beautiful meat hook coming in from the Pudge. So minute 7. You see a bit of a contest down the bottom. Wisdom Rune. Pudge versus Viper are having a bit of a battle. If we could take a look at that any moment now. Okay. Pudge in the end gets deterred, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
Under attack.
1-for-1 trade, probably something they're very happy with at this point. Deathmark getting sold in the mid lane. As you see a nice little escape top. That's the problem. Like, they're trying a lot of things. It's just nothing is really working out for them, unfortunately. It's kind of like last game where they're falling behind a little bit in the early game. And then from there, they're trying things, but it seems like Nepal is always one step ahead.
or maybe like 2 or 3 steps ahead. As they do manage to get a kill top on Calum. And Game TM is a very beefy boy. You can't get the trade back from Luris. No TPs from any of the other players on the Radiant side. They're also doing a bit well. No, the Slaughter is doing okay in last hits. Everybody else is not having a game. And look at this mid lane, Black. I think we haven't seen mid in over 4 minutes. Lina is taking the tower, now playing behind what was the tier 1 tower, and almost tripling the last hits of the Ember Spirits.
It's a very tough matchup, and he's also had the first blood, so yeah.
Ghost ship top doesn't connect. Now Avalanche onto 2. Crim tries to run away. Toss will come in. The Slaughter really tries to stay away. Another slithering crash, and now Callum has to run away. They're both corrosive haste and nice searing chains connecting onto 2 targets. Deadmark jumping in forward. They really need to get something, but a hook comes in and he's gonna fall. One more right click will do the job. Morpheus dying to Sesson, rotating in with the Lina level 8, getting the Ember, killing every single player in the area. And now Game TM tries to turn around with the totem, but Puzzle is not even gonna be a casualty who is dying because Lina was missing a few hits off of the low ground, but 4 for none going in the favor of Nepal.
Whew. Game was even for a while. Now Nepal is setting off again. West region domination, 8k ahead. They are looking once more like they're in prime position to really take this one home. Fantastic team play. I love how they help each other. Oh, nice little pickoff here though. Deathmark finally getting one back. 550 bounty. Getting a courier as well with high on it.
That's massive. And they want to go for Lina. Searing Chains connect. Slithering Crush. 1 bash. And Sesson will survive that. Just barely. And the turnaround. Light Strike Array not needed to connect as the Shackles are there. And a Focus Fire onto the Slaughter. Ember falls. So the Slaughter. And now Game TM again trying to get at least a single kill onto Puzzle. The Undying is trying to man up and right-clicking Callum. Now the toss on top of the creeps will be probably more than sufficient to allow Blues use the Maelstrom for a double kill.
Lina, though, ended up actually walking back in, trying to get the kill on the Ember, who got one more Sleight of Fist out and actually killed the Lina. So that trade was really nice for them. But yeah, overall, of course... Actually, no. If you look at the numbers, they made roughly 2k gold for themselves. So not too bad at all. Slowly falling back in to what looked like an impossible situation.
Great aggressive observer word in that position from Calum, just towards the Dire jungle. As it's 7k in minute 10. I don't know what to say, Black. This Windranger, Lina was tripling the last hits of the Slaughter, but Windranger has almost 7,000 net worth. This is unbelievable. And she spots Wreckful, doesn't even need to use the Focus Fire. The Viper was so low for some reason, showing himself onto lane, giving away the life for free. The Viper is the 3rd lowest net worth on the server, outfarmed by the opponent Pudge and by his teammate Undying.
Yeah, it's been a tough series for him, unfortunately. But it's very easy for a game to look like this when you're outclassed individually. That's just the nature of his qualifiers. I'm sure they're still very happy to get some exposure on the stream, get a chance to really represent their country and themselves, because these chances aren't that often. We don't even know how much time they really invest into, training.
Mm-hmm.
For them, that might just be a hobby, and they're just having a good time,
Well, they're having a good time playing, but I don't think he's having a good time right now with 3.1k net worth at minute 11 on the core Viper.
Well, that's kind of what I alluded to, though. Like, Viper is just one of these heroes where... Yeah. What can I say? Viper is a Viper. I've hated this hero for many, many years. Exactly for this reason. So mobile, very hard to come back if you lose lane. And you're not even that good on lane until you're level 3. We need some, rework or buffs to Viper to really make it work. Undying. Got
my goodness.
Flame by Sesson. Easy peasy for him as well. Lina's fat. They're all big. They're all huge. Monster kill for Blues. No real response there as well. Easy Focus Fire pick off.
No, Focus Fire for this Ember Spirit, but he doesn't have any other teammates, and the Tiny is a few hundred gold away from having a Bling Dagger for himself. Pudge is flying in either lens. I'm a bit in doubt about what's about to happen, Black, because this is looking like... I predicted a harder stomp than in game 1, and I actually think my prediction could be coming true any moment now, because they are taking over this completely, and the setup for getting the kills is not there. You are running a Slardar safe lane that is not building a Blink Dagger, of course, because he's running safe lane. So he's doing the Orchid build. But this game around, I actually think he needed the Blink Dagger, right? So I think last game he should have rushed the Orchid and this time has the Blink. But even by rushing the Orchid, he still only has the Oblivion Staff. It's going to take him another 1,500 gold until he has the Silence.
Well, the issue is this time is a carry starter, right? So he actually doesn't want to go for a very early blink. Because otherwise he wouldn't really be scaling a whole lot. But as you said, he is, yeah, it's tough. It's real tough.
Pause. Maybe this is going to be good for them because they can, I mean, obviously the Viper needs to reconnect. But they could probably talk about any way of setting up for something, and that's what I hated in game 1. They didn't have that big team fight spell or the set of big team fight spells to help them, you know. Oh yeah, we're playing from behind, but we always have the danger of the combo wombo, the Enigma jumping in, or the vacuum wall to set up for something. They don't have that either. This time, maybe even less than last game, they got the totem, and I guess the Slithering Crush is AoE. The last game, at least, they had a Chain Frost on top of that. It's going to be a really, really hard ask for them to find a game plan to connect a series of spells that allow them to kill 3 or 4 players.
Yeah, they definitely picked pretty much all in for lanes. And as we can see, the lanes didn't really go their way, unfortunately. It's going to be a tough way back into the game from here. They will have to rely on some mistakes from Nepal. And they don't really seem like they're making too many mistakes, unfortunately.
What is this Viper building, Black? She has a chainmail. Is this going to be a blade mail?
Probably a blade mail against the Wind Ranger. I think it's going to be very late at that point. If she wants to, she might even have a BKB already. Yeah. As I said, it's a tough cookie to swallow. Tough match. Very tough match. Question is, so if you pick so heavily for lanes, and you lose lanes, there's, as we said, it's just incredibly tough to do much of anything, really. All they can hope for is that some mistakes do happen.
They don't even have the mech on the Undying, who has had a pretty good game. Otherwise, the supports on the side of the Radiant are so big right now, Black. It's kind of impressive to see them doing so well, and I hope there's a way of punishing. The December Spirit does have something flying towards him on the courier. I don't know what it is, because he seems to be building a Dagon, Black. Excuse me?
Oh, Dagon.
Am I blind? I swear he's building a Dagon.
Yeah, he seems to even have a couple of components already. Yeah, that's definitely out there. It's not something I can say I've seen a lot, if almost ever.
Does he have like a new spell amp, magic amp talent, or just level 10 or something that I'm not aware of?
Even if he
does.
Maelstrom would be generally considered the superior option.
We sometimes see Dagon builds when you're playing versus, not on Ember Spirit, of course, but on other heroes, when you're playing versus illusion-based heroes, such as Terrorblade or I guess the Zeus Manta style build, the Dagon just essentially helps you kill the illusion very, very fast. It's not the case here. And yes, Wind Rangers will build the Manta style, but that's not necessarily the dangers of the heroes, right?
Yeah, I think it just wants a little more damage, maybe. So the approach is actually not bad at all, right? Like you need damage in order to kill heroes that are too tanky because they're very far ahead.
Yeah.
Now I don't know why you would go for Dagon instead of Maelstrom though, because Maelstrom fulfills a very similar role, just better for a hero like Ember Spirit. Because you're gonna get a lot of procs with the Sleight of Fist, of course. Hey, maybe it's gonna work out perfectly, and we're gonna be like, well, what do we know? But chances are, might be a little bit of a waste item.
Chances are that we do know.
Yeah.
I mean, Facebook's Blightstone Wand bottle into Dagon. The lifesteal component, is that what the plan is? Right?
I guess.
I'm trying to theory craft something that we are breaking new territories here, ladies and gentlemen.
Easy breezy, easy breezy.
Yeah, as it's definitely not something we've seen a lot, or probably almost any pro has seen a lot. It's out there. Maybe we get to learn something. Maybe not. Still waiting for the Viper to reconnect. Now, I'm just going to say, if this was a pub game,
yeah,
you know he's not reconnecting.
Oh, no. I mean,
like that.
Would you reconnect Black? Do you ever go 1 in 7 minutes 14?
I'm going to admit, I've never abandoned the game. No matter how crappy it was. I was angry, surely, and I thought about doing it, but I've never done it because it's kind of... It's just a bad thing to do, you know? You're wasting everyone's time.
Oh, the Lina has disconnected as well.
Okay.
This is when you're in your pubs and you are on the dire side and you hope, okay, if our Viper gets back and the Lina doesn't come back in, we might have a chance.
That's a classic. And then you keep unpausing, even though they kept the game paused the entire time.
Exactly.
I like your thinking, my friend.
I think that's the way to go.
That would be so funny. Oh man, imagine if it actually happened.
I mean, they could do it for the lols, right? They could unpause and pause it right away again. You know what I mean? Just like be like, oopsies, and you drop the voice line in chat. Ah, Sisson, come on, you ruined our.
Now, what are they going to do? What can they do?
Can they do anything? That is the better question. Black, let's play a rock, paper, scissors game.
How?
Okay, we'll do it this way, right? If you win, we'll do a best of 3. If you win, that means Nepal is winning this game 2-0. Okay?
Uh-huh.
If I win, that means Nepal is winning this game 2-0 in under 20 minutes.
Okay.
Are you ready?
All right.
Are we going on scissors or on shoot? Scissors. Let's go scissors. So rock, paper, scissors. You show on scissors, yeah?
So okay. 1, 2, 3, basically.
Yeah, basically. Okay.
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors. Ooh. Okay. Rock, paper, scissors. Okay. Okay. 1-0. 1-0. Okay, let's go. Okay, well, final one. Potentially. Rock, paper, scissors.
Ah!
Ooh. So it will be longer than 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We've shown it. The GG will happen after 20 minutes. And we're sorry, you're so doom and gloom. We're trying to make a bit of a light situation out of it. Sri Lanka has definitely met their maker in this game, Black. It's safe to say. Nepal is everything you could have asked for from a team, right? They are playing a phenomenal Dota, and it doesn't surprise me. It does not surprise me. Like you said, they are one of the top 2 favorites. With this showing, maybe even number 1. And we got some good news. We are hopping back straight into game right now to show you that the prediction that we made with rock, paper, scissors will come through. So they need to last another 6 minutes, Black. I think that might be correct, actually.
I think you're very right.
I'm right when I say that you're right?
Yes, you're right, and I'm right, and I'm right. Because, well, we'll see. Like some players, they really like to just be in the moment, you know, take the time, stay in forever. I think they know how dire the game is looking for the dire.
Yeah, I like that. That's good. That's good. That's good, yeah.
But, yeah, 6 minutes to live, then basically balance has been restored, right? And there's nobody can push this through in 6 minutes.
Blues is godlike. He's 12-1-3. And we just had a little bit of a teleport to mid to Sisson, who is only a measly 5-1-2. And now look at that double shackle shot coming in. Swap just a bit too late. The Ember does fall, but they're turning around. They're getting the godlike spree. And Krim is going to have the biggest influx of gold in his entire match. Callum's just jumping in. He doesn't care. He wants to catch someone. Avalanche connects, and now toss all the way over the tier 2 tower on top of the Kunkka into the light strike array, and the amplified damage from the Lina will not claim the kill. It's actually going to be Luris getting a last hit with the Tidebringer.
But as you said, very good kill bounty.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Every time this happens, it's just absolutely massive, right? How much was it worth again? 2K?
I believe it was, looking in the chat right now, 1800.
1800 is very close to that, yeah.
So swap up top to protect the Viper, getting her out. But look at the range of that Dismember with the Aetherlance. Instant magic missile will stop it. Puzzle has to be careful now. Double searing change connecting. December Spray doing a good job, but Caleb coming in with the toss. Avalanche, X mark the spot. Ghost Ship. They are throwing Wreckful left, right, and center, and the meat hook will get the final kill. Luris, the effects of the Ghost Ship still lingering, and now Shackle Shot connecting onto the Undying. Light Strike Array, Laguna Blade, the Ember overstepped his welcome as Sisson arrives. Bash, crush, silence, and the kill does happen. 2 for 2, and the Kalem jumping in yet again, wants to protect the Lina, but the Lina does fall in the end, and now Krim with another slithering crush. 1 versus 2, trying to man up, trying to carry the Sri Lankan side, but the Avalanche coming in yet again. We need a crush. 1 second, we'll do the job. The bash is coming through, and the double kill for Sri Lanka to come back into this one. Orchid for the Tiny, but no more mana, no more HP, and the 2 strength heroes will go their separate ways.
Dude, this Slaughter is absolutely massive now suddenly. It's still a 9k lead, of course, but you know, there is a world where the Slaughter can actually go absolutely crazy and maybe make something happen. I didn't expect this team fight to go like this, let me just say it that way.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
In all honesty, there were a few mistakes from both sides. I think that's quite accurate. First, the Ember overstepped because they had the lead at the beginning of that team fight, but then overstepped and got caught by a Light Strike Array, which completely annihilated him. And then at the same time, after you've used all of your spells to kill the Viper and the Undying, manning up versus the Slaughter, Venge, and Ember can be quite costly despite the lead that you have.
Definitely, the heroes are very good at punishing overstaying. Like you, as you said, you just keep fighting in a Tombstone. Can be very detrimental to you, of course. We all know how strong Tombstone can be. I really like that they're not giving up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're actually fighting tooth and nail. I feel like lots of players would be very deflated and actually do give up. But yeah, they got something to prove. And I like it a lot.
Yeah, they're playing as a unit. They're playing as a proper team, and that's beautiful to see. Because when you represent your country, it's the go-to. as we have a full completed Dagon on this Ember Spirit. I forgot. I honestly, there's so much stuff happening since we last spoke about the Dagon. I forgot this was a thing. I've seen Void Spirit Dagon in the past. Ember is the brother of Void Spirit, so maybe that works out.
Potentially, yeah.
Dire's middle tower.
I mean, I do like the fact that he is trying out something, having some fun with it, but it's definitely not longevity, right? Like that item, Dagon,
Dire's top tower.
you don't build that to really, how do I put it in a nice way, to like really win the game.
Radiant structures.
I would actually say they would have a decent or much better shot
Radiant's middle tower
if you
is
build
under
like
attack.
cookie cutter items. There's a reason why it's a standard build. There's also a reason why Dagon is not a standard build.
Tiny Avalanche toss onto 4 heroes, Light Strike Array onto 2, and Laguna Blade will kill the Dagon Ember Spirit. Swap coming in too late. Slardar gets caught by the opponents. Laguna has to go out, and Needhook across the entire Dire jungle connects to get the 4th kill for Nepal. It's only game TM alone versus 5. He's getting pursued, he's getting pulled back. Avalanche toss dismembered, right click shackled, all of the spells one by one chaining up to allow Blues get a triple.
Well, last fight was very close, but as you said, a couple of mistakes by the Nepal side. Then they were like, okay, well, it's time to close this one up, guys.
Dire's top
Nice
tower
spell
is under
usage.
attack.
Good team play. Kind of what we expected after game 1 as well. But it's also quite funny to see that the favorite
Dire's
team,
middle tower is under
most of the time, not always, they have like this one moment where they're just like, yeah,
Dire's middle tower
let's have some fun with it. Maybe not be too serious, right?
We now see the cloak, and the Ember will revert to a bit of a more classic build now, trying to get a Mage Slayer. Starter has
After
a
the
blink.
Dagon.
Yeah. Slaughter has a blink now, so there's initiation, and now, Oren connects, but the meat hook does miss. Shackle, not connected fully on the Ember Spirit, Vengeful coming in, but the burst damage is so overwhelming, and the meat hook coming in through all the targets, through the illusions to connect onto the Slaughter. 46 seconds, no carry, Freddy no mid. The Viper has a blade mail. Minute 21 almost, and now can the Viper get away? The Undying will not be as lucky as the beautiful torrent set up for the meat hook allows, the Pudge to pull the victims closer to Sasson's Lina, now topping the net worth chart with 1,400 net worth.
Dire's
That was a ridiculous hook range. And for some reason, the hook also looked huge. Hook usually doesn't look that big, does it?
No, I don't think it does. Maybe it's just a cosmetic type stuff.
Dire's
Yeah, maybe.
has fallen.
Very interesting.
Oh, double shackle, double connection, and
Yeah.
this might be game.
Good synergy of skills. And as you said, it might be game. I mean, it's been game for a while. We're just waiting to see the 2 magic buttons. Letters.
Another torrent into hook, and look at the toss, Morpheus into the dying hands of the Undying's teammate. Slaughter alone gets Laguna bladed and bursted down as Blues gets yet another. It's his 13th kill, 22 minutes in. His first set of racks will fall, and they do want to hit tier 4s. Caleb seems to want to, but he's a support. He doesn't have the necessary attack speed. With that being said, he's also only out-farmed by the Slaughter on the Radiant side, on the Dire side, my apologies. Lina even purchases a Mithril Hammer. She took the X marks the spot to base just to get the Mithril Hammer. It gives her spell amp, spell mana regen, and obviously more tower pushing.
Yeah, it's a very common strategy, of course. Well, yeah. How are they going to defend the throne? They're all kind of sitting in fountain right now.
They don't want to get picked off again by a torrent hook, right? So they want to all be alive and have one last hurrah. 5 players smoked up. It's Sri Lanka going for the now or never play.
What's it going to be, my friend? Now?
Why are they separating?
Never.
Are scanning.
There are two of them going bottom and three top, and they spotted Undying. No more smoke. He's gonna die. He's the pop to go tall, and he does it. The Slaughter jumps in into the middle of the stun, and the shackle. Scream. Gleipnir, it will fall. So does the Vent, but we have the buybacks. They're still trying to fight. Dismember onto the Ember Spirit. Can he get out of the range? But losing with a focus fire, chasing him all the way down to the fountain. The Ember is still alive. Double buyback. Triple now coming in. They want to punish this Wind Ranger for overcommitting. She does not have any Aegis, but she's so fast. She gets away, spots the Undying, pops the Mithril Hammer on top of him. 3 of the Radiant heroes are very low. Actually, every single one of them. You just need to convert into a kill. The Armored Toggle. Kalem says, "No, I'm here to kill you all." And he does just that as the race claims their triple kill and steals out second victory and a good game for Nepal.
Dire's bottom tower.
Good game for Nepal. Had their fun with it in the end. So did their opponents. But yeah, it was Nepal pretty much all the way, you could say. Well, the early game actually looked kind of close until like minute 10.
Yep.
And then really Nepal started taking off again in their side lanes, mid lane. And what can you say? They were the favorites. They played super well. They drafted really well. The side of Sri Lanka, they really drafted the comfort heroes, which they just don't fit into the meta right now. Their item builds don't really fit into the meta either. It's a tough loss for them, but I'm sure that it's not unexpected for them either. So they're not going to be the card build.
I'm looking at their upcoming matchups, right? And they will be facing every single team in this group. So it's going to take them a little bit to, get to that point in time. As we have their next matchup will be India, right? And that's going to be potentially even harder for them. But if they learned anything from the series versus Nepal, they have about an hour or so to theory craft and come up with better strategies for themselves while they face such an important foe and opponent. As we look at this beginning of the game for Sri Lanka with Game TM, who both games Black had very good plays and a lot of success on this Undying during the laning phase.
Definitely, he played very well on his Undying. I think it fits him very well too. He knows the limits of the hero very well. It's just overall, all the lanes were tough. Can't really carry it as an Undying in the support position as well. Yeah. What do you say? Congratulations, or rather, well done. But the expectations were they exceeded or were they met?
I would say both teams exceeded my expectations. I know you said you've seen Nepal play before and you were expecting this from them. So for me, I think both teams delivered. I knew Nepal were the favorites, but I didn't know they were actually going to be so good at spell casting, right? I think this is my biggest takeaway. With the picks they have in both games, which were quite different, right? Other than the Pudge, they were chaining up the utility. The usage of spells was very much on point time and time again, which is going to be very impressive, especially if they do qualify to Chengdu. You need to be on point when it comes to that aspect. Whereas Sri Lanka, they did lose in quite quick fashion, right? But compared to some of the other dominating performances we've seen in other regions, they still had moments in which they put up a great showing.
They did, and their resilience, I think, was most commendable. They did really, really well when they could. Even that last team fight that they actually ended up winning was very impressive, especially with where they were at the time. That's the deficit. I think it's this one here. The starter goes absolutely crazy. But yeah, maybe in a different world, it's like Marvel is all about multi-universe right now.
Okay.
The game could have gone differently for Sri Lanka from here on out, but Nepal was just playing with their food, really.
I think if we see this game happen 10 times, there is a chance 1 or 2 of those games could go into Sri Lankan side, right? I think that's maybe 1. 1 out of 10, and this lineup could make it work. Maybe not with a Dagon on the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, the item builds were very interesting. I don't know why he thought the Dagon was necessary or needed for this kind of game.
I don't think it was. I don't think either. It didn't make that much sense. And he played a good Ember when it comes to, again, using the sleight of fist searing chains. We sometimes see this Ember hero be picked in tier 3 Dota, and the connection doesn't really happen. You see the sleight of fist and the searing chains that are a bit delayed. He was really good at setting up for his team, but then he wasn't being able to play the hero to his full potential because he did have a day gone.
Yeah. I'm still wondering what that was about, what he thought when he built that. So again, it's not something you ever see. Ever.
I'm trying to make sense of it as well. Like, did he feel like the heroes were always escaping on a sliver of HP? Is it just the way to go because of a bit of the spell lifesteal? I guess I don't really understand it. Like I said, there's no illusion hero, so you could kill him. Maybe they just felt like they needed a bit more burst damage. That might be as simple as that. But again, the Maelstrom procs that would have come in from the usage of Sleight of Fist would have done the same thing. And I gotta give props to Caleb, right? This Tiny was formidable from him. I know last game we praised Luris for the Darkseer play. This one, it's gotta be either the Tiny or the Wind Ranger for me that stood out the most in the Nepal victory, Black.
Yeah, he played very well. His rotations were spot on. His, as you said, spell casting, not just his, but the entire Nepal squad was very convincing.
Yeah.
Well done once more. Although, again, they probably didn't feel like this was their biggest adversary yet. It's probably in the form of India. How's their second game going, or how did it go?
Oh, that is a great question. I believe India was dominating early game, and there was a bit of a comeback from Bangladesh. I don't know what point we're at right now, if the series is completed, if we went to a game 3, or if game 2 is still underway. But I will try my best to find out that piece of information for you, Black. Give me just a moment. Okay, wow. So, it's currently minute 28. The early lead that India had has been completely gone. And there's only a 1k advantage for Bangladesh. With that being said, they are the ones running an Alchemist. So when you have an Alchemist, minute 30, you kind of need to be ahead.
Right. Yeah, okay. Well, in that case, I mean, it's a lot closer than both other of us expected. So our next series, Nepal versus Bangladesh, could be a banger as well.
I think that would be very exciting to see indeed, as we are now just moments away, ladies and gentlemen, from having a winner's interview with one of the Nepal players. Of course, they were on the winning side, so we will get an interview with him. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask our winner?
Well, honestly, it's kind of hard to ask questions about this game in particular. I think
true.
It was just too easy for them. But I would love to know what they think about the strongest opposition, where they rank themselves in this region. Because last time they took the edge over India. Also, I want to know their average MMR because I haven't heard of a couple of these players.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that. That's spicy. Do you think they're going to tell us? Or are they going to just joke us like, oh, we're a bunch of 2Ks just running with our friends? I mean, I've heard that answer before. Or someone telling me they're 15K MMR. I'm like, that's the wrong game. That's not possible.
We'll see whether it's a joker or more of a serious guy. Like some people are super jokers, right?
Yeah, of course.
Are more like, yeah.
When people ask me what my MMR is, I pretend I'm deaf. I'm like,
what is MMR?
Exactly. What is MMR? It's the my most respectable Dota number.
Fair.
MMR. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm very keen to see again. Be here with you, Black, for another interview with yet another region. As I'm okay. I'm looking at a little bit of what's happening in the other series. So, I spoke about this Alchemist. Maybe we shouldn't read too much into it because that was a support Alchemist that Bangladesh ran.
Ooh. Now, that's something that it's not super common. We've seen it a couple of times over the years. It can definitely work out. So he went like into a fast axe, or I guess it's pretty hard to see over the stream.
Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know that much. I assume they have a Grimstroke Alchemist, so I assume you're using the concoction plus the Soulbind, right? You get double concussion. That's a pretty good dynamic. Yeah, that sounds pretty interesting. And again, the fact that the game is going so late, even if India ends up winning yet again, it's gonna be great nonetheless. As Bangladesh losing but putting up a fight might mean they will bring some big guns to the table in their series versus Nepal. But speaking of Nepal, we are now ready to hop in our winners interview. So, well, where do we start? I guess we're gonna be starting with a congratulations for your victory.
Guys, thank you.
Black, would you like to start with your question, please? You told me you have a pretty good one.
I have a couple, yeah. Obviously, well done. You made it look very easy. First question I have is, so India, to me, are the favorites because I know a lot of their players from matchmaking. I play with a lot of their players in matchmaking. Not so much with yours. So what is the average MMR of your team, actually? Like, your individual play looks really amazing, and I'm expecting it to be quite high.
So our average MMR of the team is like 9k, 9.5k.
Wow, that is really high. Okay, it makes sense. Like when we watch you play, you completely dismantle them. Okay. Very
I guess the second question is, do you think you're the favorites to get first place in this region? And if so, who do you think is the second closest team with your skill level? Because like Black said, he believes India might actually be currently ahead of you, despite you defeating them a few times over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I guess we will win the series in the South Asian region. And I guess the India is the next best team in this region.
Okay, so you're the best team and India is the second best team. So you're expecting to be top one?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Honestly, the way you play, if you play against India like that, I could definitely see that happen again. Last time you played them, it was 2-0 for you as well. So maybe I'll have to eat my own words.
The next question I have for you, obviously you are fighting to qualify to Chengdu in September, where you will be facing the likes of Team China, teams from the European qualifier, South Africa, Egypt as well. So going into Chengdu, what are your plans? How are you going to prepare for that, of course, if you do qualify? And how are you going to tackle trying to get into the top 4 to qualify for the World Esports Championships?
Yeah, in Chengdu, there are lots of best teams better than us, but we will give our best to be in top 4 so we can go to Riyadh to the main event. Yeah, they are definitely best, but we need to try a lot.
Very nice.
Okay. I just had one last question about one specific hero. So we spoke to Execration yesterday from SEA, and they said Beastmaster is insanely overpowered. What do you think about Beastmaster?
Yeah, I also do think Beastmaster is insanely overpowered. Beastmaster and CK, I guess. CK2.
Yeah.
Chaos Knight.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I guess powerful. They can carry the game solo.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And congratulations again.
Thank you, Wisp. Congratulations. And hopefully we'll see you more for more winners interview, and good luck later on with the rest of your series.
Thank you for the interview.
Well, that was Wisp from the winners of Team Nepal Black, full of confidence, shining as always. Looked, I would say, pretty relaxed on the back of that performance, right? And it's something great to see that they think they are the best, and they want to prove you a little bit wrong there.
Yeah, seemingly looks that way. He thinks for sure they're gonna be top 1 in the region. Truth be told, if they're that high MMR, like the only reason I gave the edge to India is because I know they're really high MMR, but they might not even be higher now. If the average is 9k, dude. Yeah, with these kind of plays, they might be my new favorite.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they are they are really a high player. Of course, 9.5 average is incredible. Probably even higher than some of the other regions that we've had. I believe South Africa had a player in the 10K ballpark, but I think the others were about 8K. So that is quite a big difference, Black. And Australia, similar manner, 69K, but not, I don't think, over 9K, more than single player. So right now they're looking really good, primed up to do very well in Chengdu. And like we said, yeah, they might be facing some of the heavy hitters there, but they don't need to get first place in Chengdu to qualify. They need to get into top 4. And even if they sneak into that 4th place, which is what Kyrgyzstan did last year at the Asia qualifiers, they still ended up winning bronze at the World Esports Championship. So a long way to go for them until September. And of course, this was the first best of 3 of the qualifiers for them. But they will be back later on today with the second matchup that we'll be facing versus Bangladesh Black. So for now, we're going to send it to a little bit of a break, but we will return with more South Asian Dota 2 IESF action. Welcome back to the Iesf South Asia Dota 2 Qualifiers or 2024. I am Waxen, joined by the outstanding Black, bringing you the second best of 3 of the day. Black, few more teams. Well, one of them is Nepal, arguably one of the top 2 favorites to make it to Chengdu this year, and they will be facing Bangladesh, the unknown quantity that we thought would be a walk in the park for the likes of India, but gave them a pretty good fight in the first game of the day off stream. And I just gotta ask you right away, if you're Bangladesh right now, you're playing with everything to fight for. This is it, Bangladesh, Nepal. If they lose here, Bangladesh, that means they won't be qualifying for Chengdu. So they need to do everything in their power to make it happen.
It's going to be a tough uphill battle, though. They did lose to India after all 2-0, right?
Yes. Close games, but still 2-0 nonetheless.
Close games. Yeah, it's kind of what we expected. But again, you said much closer fight than we thought it would be.
Yeah.
Now, we don't know if Nepal or India is stronger. That's a question to be answered much later. But if Nepal has a similar showing as it is just now, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Bangladesh. They just look so cohesive. Strong draft. Iesf is also their coach, right? I believe.
Sure.
Maybe. Let's just assume they have a coach as well, because the drafts are, a little bit out there, but they made a lot of sense. They were very well connected. As we have actually a quick look here at the Bangladesh lineup.
Yeah, of course. And we've got, of course, none other than Len, Jin, Des, Senpai, and Ori. Representing Bangladesh. And like I said, we haven't seen them on stream today. They're making their debut right here on the Iesf official Twitch stream. But in their attempt versus India, they had every single game, one of their cores was either leading the network chart or being second, despite them constantly being at the network deficit. So this tells me that they like playing this 4 protect 1 style, which is something that we haven't really seen in tier 1 Dota be successful for several seasons now.
Definitely not, because there's so much money on the map now. Everybody needs to be rich. If not all of your players are rich, it's very hard to play against 3 strong cores. And, well, truth be told, I don't really think supports exist anymore. They're more like semi-cores nowadays. And if you don't make use of all the money on the map, you really play the 4 protect 1 style, it's bound to fail, unfortunately. So we'll see if they learn the lesson against India, because they'll need to basically play at 150% if they want to beat Nepal.
Yeah, and obviously we took a quick peek at the Nepal players, but we don't need you to tell you who they are, because you saw them in the first game of the day themselves. And right now I'm actually looking at their substitutes. So according to my list, Black, that is the official list that Iesf has provided, Iesf is not even down as a substitute, not as a coach. Maybe he was an addition to the team after the signups happened. He's like the +1, because all I can see is Luris, Cesson, Puzzle, Kalem, Blues, the players, and then I have 2 substitutes called Mel and Shrew. So hey ho, I digress. I guess it is what it is. But very interesting fun fact, I gotta say this. I remember in the Sri Lankan squad, the carry, I believe, Krim, he is the substitute. So is Deathmark. So Sri Lanka played with 2 substitutes in that game 1 of the day, which is pretty interesting, especially for your debut series.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know that. So now they have a full power squad, or?
I don't know if the other game is already underway. So I think we'll have to wait and see, and I'll let you know if we do get any updates on that one, as the draft is commencing and the bans are quite clear, cut and dry. And Nepal, okay, Black, you might be surprised to see the DK being banned out, but in that game 1 of Bangladesh India, the Dragon Knight from Bangladesh was the one topping the network chart and keeping them in the game. So they've definitely had time in the last hour or so to look at the tape and be like, we don't want him on that hero.
We have seen lots of DKs in other qualifiers, even being first picked, first phase banned, just like here. Or Nepal, just from an interview just now, remember? We're like, hey, Beastmaster pretty broken. He's like, oh yeah, it's pretty broken. Here we go. First pick. I have not seen Beastmaster lose a game yet. incredibly strong hero, in my opinion. I'm thinking it's gonna make a resurgence in Tier 1 Dota as well. I'm really not hoping for it because I hate Beastmaster patches. But he looks strong.
I mean, we had a Wisp confirming, same as the Execration with lads yesterday, that is a very, very strong hero. And I gotta say, Black, Phoenix usually gets countered by Beastmaster only because of the inner beast aura that amplifies the attack speed of everybody. So it's going to be much easier to kill the Phoenix egg. Yeah, of course, it's not a troll or a snapfire, which are the go-to Phoenix counters. But that is an aspect you got to consider as we go into mid game. We have 4 points in inner beast and 3 targets are hitting the egg.
Definitely, it's usually considered a counter to Phoenix, as you said. So picking the Phoenix into the Beastmaster is very curious. Usually not something you want to do. But we'll see. Maybe they're super comfortable with the hero. Maybe they have a great combo lined up with it. Some Medusa, some Mars.
10 seconds
Bring back Faceless Void, baby.
Yeah. Faceless Void. I actually had the game last night with a Void on my team. I don't know, I feel like the hero plays well, but it just gets countered a lot by stuff that's better in the meta right now, which is a bit strange. So hopefully he's making an appearance here. Beastmaster is quite good dealing with Void, right? You pop Chrono and then he jumps in, roars you, and then I believe the birds have a really strange interaction. It might have been fixed, but when the Aghanim Shard changed for Beastmaster, right, because people used to rush it to get the double spinny birds, they used to stun you in Chronosphere. Again, I don't know if it was fixed, but it was definitely in the game for a little while.
Yeah, we never really know with Dota whether it gets fixed or not. Lots of changes being undocumented.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Well, they have the other hero that Nepal said is absolutely busted. Chaos Knight. Chaos Knight Phoenix.
It's good.
Interesting combination. Yeah.
I mean, CK is
as well.
CK for some reason has been overlooked since we started our qualifiers 2 days ago. Black in the Asian region, the hero didn't really get nerfed. Just a few tweaks. I think we only had one game of anything. I think he's still S tier up there with the Weaver and the Beastmaster. So I'm glad to see him come through right now for Bangladesh. That is rounding up pretty nicely. And Hoodwink plus Gyrocopter. Nepal not hesitating at all to go for this.
Yeah, very interesting Gyro pick. I mean, we have seen Gyro work out quite nicely against CK in the past. And of course against Phoenix. The Flag Cannon together with the increased attack speed. Like Gyrocopter can become an absolute monster in that mid-late game. It's a great pick. I like Nepal's overall draft. Very strong lanes already. And it's not going to be too easy for the Phoenix to ever get an egg off, I don't think.
Also, Hoodwink is quite good at like finding the Phoenix. You know, it's ever so often in tier 1 we see Phoenixes getting out with the usage of Sunray and going over the cliffs, TPing out. Hoodwink is quite good at just, you know, throwing a bushwhack and stopping that from happening. Just the Sunray in general, whenever Phoenix wants to cast it from long range, using the Scurry, get close to the Phoenix and bushwhack him close to you. So they've got a lot of lock and catch potential from the side of Nepal. And Bangladesh, I mean, they have a CK. CK is probably one of the prime heroes to also catch you with the Reality Rift Chaos Bolt and even more lock. Wow. Centaur plus Grimstroke, and they're starting up to shape quite nicely with a bit of team fight as well, as Nepal still doesn't want to put a break to their speed in picking here, and they're going to go for the IO Gyro.
Classic. Time is classic. It's not nearly as strong as it used to be, but it's still, of course, very formidable, especially with Beastmaster setting up roars or Hoodwink bushwhacking through the trees. Very strong combo. This dual lane will probably never die unless Wisp gets removed from the game. It's very potent, and I really like both drafts, to be honest. Lots of stuns on both sides. Makes playing Dota pretty easy. Should be much closer serious than our first one.
Puck banned out now. I think Puck would have actually been phenomenal for Bangladesh, so I'm glad to see Nepal aware of that ban. Storm Spirit has yet to be banned, and I think it could work quite well for the Bangladesh side. You would have to commit Roar for it, and Bushwhack is not the easiest spell to connect onto a fastly mobile Storm Spirit. Whereas for Nepal as a mid laner, I think we might be seeing something funky like a Void Spirit here.
Dire team ban.
Something funky like a Void Spirit.
OD
Could be.
banned out.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Shadow Fiend.
Made it through all the way. Definitely lost some of its initial flavoring, where people have first pick and first ban it all the time. People have gotten better at playing against it, but it's still an amazing hero. So we'll see
10 seconds remaining.
what they end up playing against it. Lina is out already.
5 seconds.
Doesn't he get quite easily count? Like SF doesn't like playing versus a lot of lock. And we have of course, Hoof Stomp, we got the Chaos Bolt, we got Silence from the Grimstroke. Okay. Bangladesh with the Keeper of the Light. And Black, I don't know if you heard my rant about Keeper of the Light. I hate this hero mid. It's useless. I'll say that. I never see it win. And if I do see it win once in 25 games when he's played as a mid, it's not because of the nuke damage that he does. It's because of everybody else. Up until Keeper of the Light, I was going to side with Bangladesh, but based on that, I'm going Nepal. Fine.
So you're not a Cuddle fan, yeah?
I like it, not as a mid laner.
That is fair enough. I mean, I have pretty good experience with Cuddle myself.
Okay.
So, I mean, we'll see how it ends up shaping out to be, but it definitely has some glaring weaknesses sometimes, and it's a very tough hero to pull off. So whether they can do it or not, I am not sure. But if they can, the hero might look really good, because there's a lot of healing from him, a lot of healing from Phoenix. In general, the hero composition should be quite potent, and it's a hero that should never die to SF in lane. Because if you just blast, you should never be in range for raises to begin with.
Coddle should keep the SF out of lane, right? But they both work in the same way. If the raises are pushing the Coddle away, Coddle farms the jungle, Shadow Fiend uses the raises in the jungle. I think it's quite equal when it comes to that aspect. But there's also a lot more rotate potential from the Hoodwink than we would see from a Phoenix, right?
Yeah. I believe so. We'll see if Nepal runs away with this or if it's going to be a close one.
Well, game one is underway as we get a bit of a split screen action. Both teams smoked up right away off the gate, trying to head for some sort of action, but the Dire invading the Radiant jungle and vice versa. It should be quite safe. And if I'm on the side of Dire, I don't really think I want to take this engagement, Black. Full-out transparency here. I believe the Chaos Bolt or Reality Rift would be much
30 seconds
better to have as a level 1 engagement tool.
Yeah, the level 1 is definitely very strong. The Cuddle Blast also is just a timeless classic when it comes to level 1 fights, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, you really just want to probably split 2 runes. You have an IO as well, who doesn't really do a whole lot, same with Gyro. No need to risk anything. If you're playing for trading lanes, like the Dire is in this case, just try to get 2 runes. Be happy with it.
The battle begins.
It's also like the power of the Inkswell is really strong, and I really like this pairing of Grim, CK, Green Centaur, even Inkswell on top of Phoenix that just goes flying in. It's going to be really good. It's just the Coddle that I'm not a big fan. Otherwise, like I said, I think I would have sided with Bangladesh. But hey-ho, I digress, as we are going to be seeing a very hard Centaur lane up top. Phoenix will actually have to be forced to go bottom because he would get punished, but Ori is getting punished anyway by these wild axes plus right clicks. One more, that was the blood grenade, allowing him to get the kill. So the reason they flex the lane, Black, I believe it's because Phoenix just get completely destroyed by Jaro IO matchup, but going bottom and dying is not better.
Yeah, he got caught off guard, unfortunately. Nice kill. Very good. That they can capitalize on a mistake like that. But they were both very well in position. This is going to make the life for CK very, very difficult. I already said I've not seen Beastmaster lose yet. Very, very powerful hero. Especially if he ends up building, like what everybody does lately, into the axe. Arcane boots, axe, and you become a powerhouse. Such a strong build-up.
We did have a Beastmaster lose yesterday, but even in the losing effort, he was the hero that looked the best out of the team that lost. I think me and Bikov saw that
Under attack.
towards the later parts of yesterday. So, yeah, I mean, look at him. He's already zoning out this Chaos Knight with the help of the Hoodwink. They have a lot of kill potential on this bottom lane, the Nepal do.
Yeah, it's a very powerful kill lane. Now, that being said, Phoenix and CK are both incredibly tanky, so it shouldn't be too easy to die here. But just farming-wise, I'll probably give the edge to Dire, especially if the Hoodwink can end up stacking a little bit for the Beastmaster. Ooh, Blues.
Nice pressure top. The blood grenade. It's gonna fly in, not allowing Puzzle to heal the gyro enough, and will end up dying as well. Double kill. Going in the favor of Bangladesh, and wow, maybe the lane swaps did work out with the Greenstroke up there pairing up with the Centaur from level 1 and 2, doing lots of burst damage as Ori is getting lower and lower in HP. Also, look at the Blightstone on Hoodwink, just to reduce Phoenix's, well, non-existent armor even further.
Yeah, it has to be one of the lowest armor heals in the entire game, probably. Very funny to see. But it's nice retaliation once more. They're not going down without a fight. They didn't in the India series either. And you can tell they're definitely good players. They might not end up winning the series, potentially. But the way they're playing is very good.
$16 last hits on this Keeper of the Light. Highest on the Radiant side, Ori. No blood grenade this time around. Wild Axe is in cooldown for a few more seconds, so he will be safe. But for how much longer, as this Hoodwink is really trying to find something over him, maybe connection with an Acorn shot. Ori is under an Observer Ward, but the Bushwhack gets dodged very nicely. As this one of the biggest problems I think with Beastmaster of Black is the Wild Axe's mana cost is very, very low. I mean, he's spammed it about 12 times now, and he still has approximately half amount of mana.
No, you're very right with that. It's, as you said, ridiculously low. And whoa,
that's what I'm saying. You stack up like 5 or 6 stacks of Wild Axes, a Acorn shot from Fog of War, plus the 7th set of Wild Axes just gets the kill onto the CK, who sadly will be on the receiving end of all those nukes flying in from Nepal. I don't know what you have to do. A nice career kill up top from Jhin, but if you're a Chaos Knight, you kind of want your Grimstroke to come and at least try a gank bottom, maybe through the Twin Gate.
yeah, I think you need to help him for sure. He's your carry, and we have seen many times if Chaos Knight doesn't win the lane, he becomes somewhat of a burden.
Has been killed.
It's just so hard to catch up on a hero like Chaos Knight. So you definitely need to make sure that you, as I said, give him a decent enough start at least.
Look at them, Shadow Fiend and Keeper, both doing the same thing. They're trying to push each other's lanes, like Keeper of the Light farming jungle. Look at Shadow Fiend is actually going to leech some of the XP and wants to connect with some raises, as Sison has hit level 6 first because he just spent more time on the lane. And obviously, for those at home that do not know, neutral creeps give you slightly less XP, and depending on the camp, even slightly less gold than a lane creep. As up top, Deaths is about to be turned into the staple of his name. But look at the rotation. Keeper of the Light gets there in time. We don't have a setup. We see the action bottoms. Chaos Knight dying, but the Keeper of the Light has level 6, trying to use the Solar Bind. And the Soul Blind from the Grimstroke. Nice Illuminate coming in further, and Puzzle doesn't have any creeps to connect to. Will most likely die. One more right click will do the job. 4 for 4, but the Phoenix dies in the process. So essentially 2 for 2, but the Shadow Fiend is free farming all this time.
I really like what they're doing, pressuring a Gyrocopter, but at the same time, Gyrocopter is a carry that can catch back up into the game. You see the action down here again. As you said, the constant spam of axes, not much you can do to get away from the range of them is insane too. But yeah, Gyrocopter can get back into the game. Your CK is absolutely out of the game right now. You need to gank his lane. He's level 4, even took the mid lane, and Cuddle is like, well, get out of here. This is my lane. So where does he go now? Jungling as level 4 CK does not feel good.
It's not even my birthday.
And Phoenix is dead again.
Is he? Oh, what?
Black Grenade again.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the neutral creeps that took it, and for some reason it went to the Hoodwink. It's a tough life to play versus the Beastmaster. They wanted to, I believe they banned Templar Assassin in the first phase instead. Clearly a mistake that I don't think Bangladesh will be making, or any other team for the rest of the tournament, actually. I think Beastmaster will be turning into this, you must ban or you lose the game. If you have second pick, you gotta ban it. If you have first pick, you gotta force your opponents into wasting one ban for this hero, because he is so oppressive right now. And look at the mass TPs up top. They're trying to turn around onto death. Beautiful bushwhack at the very edge. And now, Jhin, can you get away here? Sharpshooter, break and slow. Beastmaster claiming the tier 1 bottom as well. And, okay. Massive rotate, but it actually might be okay. Centaur was sent back to base, but you forced out Shadow Fiend. You waste a bit of time.
You waste a bit of time. He's actually trying to set up a little sneaky play. It's not gonna work though. Instead he's gonna get blasted now. Ooh, barely missed. That's a lot of damage, by the way. That would be half his health right there.
That was a very short range from the blast as well.
Yeah, and the width was also not... I'm not sure. Maybe we just haven't seen the hero for too long, so it looks a bit silly. That definitely did not look like I thought it usually does.
Okay.
Level 6 now finally, so he has ult to farm with as well. But he's just not a very fast hero.
Definitely not. He's also not one of these heroes that likes playing from behind. Chaos Knight wants to actually have a good lane, so then he can TP and joins for some team fights. Oh, and look at Blues. Has amazing stacks in the dire jungle while he farms those up. Kalem and the Shadow Fiend are actually making a lot of space, but Ori might just get there in time to leech some of that XP. Not the biggest victory for the Radiant supports, but if you can, get one last hit and not die in the process, that would be great, as they're playing under an Observer Sentry combination. Homing Missile coming through, but he should be pretty healthy. But no, the Sharpshooter's gonna connect on top of it. And look at the long range connection. Beautiful sniped double kill from Caleb.
Yeah, what can we say, man? The supports in this tournament surprisingly have been so good.
Absolutely.
Almost every team has such good supports. I don't even know why. Everybody always complains about supports being so bad. Well, maybe it's not their fault after all.
Aghanim Scepter is 800 gold away from this Beastmaster.
Yeah, it's just minute 10, dude.
He has 6,000 net worth. If we could take a look at the net worth chart, that would be lovely. As his counterpart, the Centaur, had a good start, and now he doesn't have anything.
I don't want to alarm you, but look at those stacks. Of course, Beastmaster here, you can just use his own board to stack everything. Dude, he's gonna be so filthy rich.
How do you deal with him? And not just in this game, ever. With him being so fast at farming, even if he doesn't dominate the lane, but he's a good laner nowadays as well. How do you deal with that? He's gonna have Axe Blink at minute 16, the latest at this point.
Well, it's gonna be Very difficult, huh? How do you deal with him? His axe heals, deals a ton of damage. If he builds into defensive items, oh my gosh, the damage. Can't connect this time. It's a little bit too fast with the Centaur ult. But already building up to a 5k gold lead again is Nepal. They're just really, really good at the game. Would have thought.
Yeah, imagine Dota players being good at Dota. I could never.
I know. Hard to believe.
Well, with this pause, there's a bit of downtime to reconsider what could happen, and sadly Nepal had to go through this the other match as well. And I think you kind of need a Centaur Blink Dagger so you can set up for this Phoenix Egg, and then the Phoenix Egg to distract from the Coddle that just throws nukes, long range nukes. You also now have level 6 on the Grimstroke, so you have Soulbind to Solar Bind doubling up, plus Chaos Ball Reality Rift, double edge as well. They're not bad. Like, the execution from Bangladesh isn't that hard. You kind of just, every hero on your team needs to press one button, and then you can kill the Nepal side. Also, Grimstroke is a classic counter to Io, right? Io comes around you, you throw your Soulbind on it, and then you have guaranteed 2 targets caught.
Yeah. Io. So there's always a problem with Io, right? He relocates on top of you. If they get both initiated on, it's just a recipe for disaster, basically. But that's the thing with good Io players. They don't just blindly relocate. Like, they really assess the situation properly. They see what spells have been used. Then they come in later on. If Grimstroke can wait for that to happen, like really patiently, if he has the time to wait for that to happen, it will really depend on the teamfight itself. But with this Beastmaster being so rich, it could get very problematic with him just blinking in. Like, he already finished his axe at minute 11. Now his farm is going to be even faster than it was already because of the drums of Slump. They're so fast when it comes to farming.
Dire are scanning.
Well, we're back into it, and we have a Threads Kaya on the Shadow Fiend. I think I've seen this more and more. At the beginning of the previous patch, SF kind of wanted to go Blink, or even Yules before the Kaya, but that doesn't seem to be the case today, as this Chaos Knight
can destroy.
Well, I think you know what the problem is. He's fighting a Beast Master. Oh, by the way, Jin is also probably getting caught. Sesson is trying to run, catch him up with his Invis. Sharpshooter connects to slow him. Rake, one raise, right click, will do the job. We'll also get another extra 10 gold from the Phantom's Embrace. A Beastmaster is a beast. Chaos Knight is riding a horse. So Beast is like mastering Chaos Knight's horse, right? I think that makes perfect sense why CK had no chance in that fight.
Yeah, sure. I guess. I mean, why not? What makes even more sense, though, is that he was 3 levels above him and double his net worth. That's why he killed him.
I see. Oh, wow. So you're telling me that gold matters in this game?
And XP as well, yeah.
Oh, what a phenomenal analysis, Black. Thank you for telling us that.
You are very welcome. If there's anything else you need, I'm always here for you.
So Dota is basically just like life, right? The more life experience and the more money you have, the better you are?
Yeah, kind of. Although in real life, skills are not in direct connection to money. Whereas in Dota, they kind of are.
I see. That makes sense. Finally, smoke attempt. Phoenix has level 6. They want to get on top of Blues and Puzzle. Can they do just that? No. Blues is getting out of there. Back to safety. They need to play some aggressive observer words, I think, in the Mighty Mines. They're going to do it just behind the tier 1. Sure, not bad. Good enough to allow them to maybe pressure this tier 1 top. But Blues, it was just a moment ago he farmed like 6 stacks in the jungle. How does he have another 6 Black? I'm very confused.
Well, that's just how Dota goes, man. Stacks. Ultimately, Beastmaster, Gyrocopter, they all love stacks, so it makes perfect sense to have them.
So does Shadow Fiend, right?
Oh, SF as well, yeah, sorry, I forgot about him.
Speaking of Beastmaster, joining up with Kale on bottom on the Hoodwink to kill Senpaio. on the CK. How did Hoodwink get that kill though? Hoodwink wasn't even nearby. It was just like a long-range sharpshooter. Okay, that makes sense.
Dire structures are fortified.
It was essentially a Beastmaster solo kill with a steel ultimate from the Hoodwink, which as a support myself I can respect.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah,
Radiant
of course.
structures
Support
are
players love other support players. It's always been like that.
Top tower has fallen.
But I guess the same goes for core. Core players love other core players.
Oh, they're coming in. Fantastic breaks.
He's not gonna get out of there, is he?
No, I don't think so. I think Sison should fall, and he does under the egg. And now the relocate coming in just in time. They're gonna try to break the egg, but they're getting stunned by the Phoenix egg. Emperor Land gets a double kill with a Keeper of the Light, and now the relocate is out. Few seconds until connection. They need to keep it away. Tether comes in the very last moment. Soulbind is not gonna be sufficient, and sure, the escape does take place, but this is a huge turnaround for Bangladesh.
Finally, something going their way. Overstaying their welcome a little bit, and you can see the problem with IO relocate is it's slow. Ooh, I see
Beastmaster
is going in, man. He's just destroying everyone.
He's going 1v4. Now the IO's joining him up, but it doesn't matter. He's just killed 2 of their cores and he wants to go for more. Does he have a Blink Dagger ready? I don't even think he needs one. He's just so speedy when connecting to the IO.
He literally didn't even lose health. They tried to go on him, but he didn't care. The drums are strong again.
Under attack.
Man. He's going BKB next as well. So that's the usual build-up nowadays. Axe, Blink, BKB. Most people go Dagon as well and then Refresher. You literally just blink in and you destroy hero after hero. It's ridiculous. And just look at his net worth. Look at his levels. I don't even know what else there is to say. He is absolutely insane.
It actually, I thought Bangladesh was starting to come back with a resurgence in this in this map, and if they would have converted the tower kill without losing, well, 3 heroes to a solo Beastmaster, that would have been phenomenal. But okay, does Silencer? This is like partly a joke, partly for real, right? So what makes Beastmaster really strong once he gets his axe are the drums of Slum, right?
Yes, sir.
If you counter it with a silencer, right? So you just silence the drums. Do the drums still play?
Should I answer in a half serious or half joking way?
Well, I don't know, like, because it's a passive, right? Like, jokes aside, the drums of Slum is a
okay,
passive.
so if we're talking pure Dota mechanics,
Yes.
it still works 100%. Because you keep getting charges while auto-attacking or while one of your summons auto-attacks. So every time anything attacks, you get 1 charge. You see it starts building up, Hawk comes down, starts building up more, and you're up to max charges already. It's so incredibly fast. And of course, if you roll, you're at max charges instantly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The hero is pretty ridiculous. Look at his net worth, 13k.
What was the previous Aghanims on Beastmaster? I don't even remember. Like,
That was the cooldown on Axis removed.
oh, okay. I mean, I like the drums as a concept, but clearly not when the hero is so broken. And look at him just jumping on top of the Keeper of the
He
Light.
doesn't care what a blade man either.
He is unstoppable. I think I don't want to be that guy, but I think Bangladesh could call it, because even if they catch Larice solo, I don't think you kill him. He's got BKB flying in right now, Black. This is unheard of. His farming speed is off the charts. He is finding himself at 915 XP per minute and just a little over under 800 GPM. Another kill. Kalem gets it this time on Ori's Phoenix.
Radiant's top
My
tower
goodness.
is under attack.
And Bangladesh played well. It's just that Beastmaster is broken.
I actually do think Bangladesh did really well, but if you just look at the net worth difference, most of it comes from the offlane. But all of it comes from the offlane almost. 3k. Like if they had the same net worth, it would just be a 3k difference. But obviously, Lewis here.
Radiant are scared.
Well, he's making a good case for what we've been talking about when it comes to these heroes. Oh, but here's BKB. Just turn on the roar. Well, good night, Toddle.
Oh, Soulbind coming in. Okay, the BKB though is still asking for another 7 seconds. Then Phoenix dies while he was trying to fly in to pop the egg.
And
What
the
is
next one
happening?
too.
Is going for the triple kill. Someone stop this mayhem as Luris. First map of the first series, he popped off on the Dark Seer, and this time around, it's gonna be the man of the match performance on the Beast. He's 12-0-5, 200 last hits. Yo, what is happening, Black?
Now let me ask you though.
Yes.
He's a filthy Beastmaster picker,
Dire's middle
right?
tower
Do people like him still get MVP or not? He played an amazing game. He played the hero perfectly, but you know what I mean,
bottom
right?
tower is under attack.
It's not a pub, so yes.
Fair enough. Okay.
Like,
As
you
a
know,
pocket
you play a pub, right? And someone like cheeses you with like a Huskar, Tinker, Broodmother type stuff, and you're like, and they tip you, and you're like, bro, you're a Broodmother picker. What are you on about, right? But then when they do it in like a game where it's a good Brood game, it's a last hit, you forget about the Brood, and you're like, okay, fair play. They outsmarted us, right? I think it's kind of the same thing here. They got their hands first pick Beastmaster, and it's probably Bangladesh's fault for not banning it out.
You know the crazy part is, every time I've seen Beastmaster, like when I was casting the games here in the qualifiers, it was always first pick. Every time. And every time it looked like this. Like completely uncontested, top 1 net worth, top 1 damage, top 1 XPM, everything top 1. He actually goes for a different sort of approach to hit. He picked up a Yule, did he sell that again? Yeah, he sold that again. Okay, I was like, nah, no way. The typical build-up would be Dagon. He's going Manta style?
No.
Never seen that on a beast. Oh,
I
he
think,
roar!
Jumping in, gets the coddle again, Stampede, but he's roared forever, Soulbind, but there's nobody it's tying him to. Still alive from the mech, but look at the Shadow Fiend just being behind, and now the right clicks are flying in. They're gonna kill the Phoenix Egg before it pops up. Requiem of Soul. CK tries to run away. Will most likely fall. Another set of wild axes are available. Nice pump faking. He's just toying with them. GG gets called as Nepal makes a statement. And that statement is, please don't let us pick Beastmaster again.
Victor's under attack.
That statement is, get out of our game, says Luris. Man, there was 20 minutes, pretty much all him. Like, he literally made the enemy team quit. It's not often that happens, but when it happens, it stings. Yeah, bang on there, 6 kills. The game looked so even in the early game too, but then suddenly, Luris just came online. He was like, well, I'm here, guys. I got my axe blink in minute 14. What do you guys want to do? I blinked to 4 heroes. I'm full health the entire time. Or you brought me to half health while Io is backing me up. Io wasn't even playing with the gyrocopter at all.
He hit 3k net worth at minute 6. And then 4k at minute 7.
Yeah. And then 10k. Sorry, 6k at minute 10.
And 5k at minute 8. This is unbelievable because at minute 4, between minutes 4 to 6, he doesn't even farm the jungle. He was just farming Ori's life, who, by the way, this Phoenix pick, this was the first pick Phoenix into the Beastmaster. This was their response to the Beastmaster, and I think that's kind of where the game went downhill. Of course, I'm always very happy to see Keeper of the Light losing mid. The hero was useless, and I dare you, Black, to tell me one good thing that the Keeper managed to do this game.
Hey, come on. Like, what did anybody do, though? Like, in face of this Beast Master, wow, he just died to axe. There was a lot of damage. Jesus. Did anyone really do anything? Like, did CK look broken? Nah, not really, right?
No, but Centaur and Grimstroke, they did well up top, right?
Yeah, they did.
And this was a nice attempt here, right? Okay, like you did not need the Keeper of the Light for that. You could have done that with the 2 supports as well. But fine, let's say Solar Bind slowed down the SF for a little bit. And this was a good potential turnaround point. If the relocate would have managed to be cancelled and you get the kill at least on the gyrocopter, it was great nonetheless. But then here, we just skipped the most important fight of the game, as you do. It was the moment when the Beastmaster jumped in to 4 opponents by himself and completely wiped them all out, right? That was,
I mean, to be fair, he did that many more times after that, like in this fight too.
Yeah, but here they were already up 10k, 15k, whatever. You know, like
but
think
basically
one
the
in
same
mid-
scenario is just playing out the entire time, right? Blink in,
Yeah.
4 heroes, everybody focuses him. He's like, well, I don't care. Good luck, guys. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
So much damage, man. And the Shadow Fiend, you know, you said, oh, it's a good hero. He kind of was really broken last in 736B, still very viable now. And in the end, Sisson could have probably played anything on mid. Could have been a Crystal Maiden mid, and it wouldn't have mattered. It was the Beastmaster show.
Yeah, it really feels like they could have had anything. Now, Io did quite a bit for him in terms of extra damage and heal. So I wouldn't have replaced the Io, but any 3 other heroes, yeah, do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Could have had an Alchemist farming jungle, and then Husker farming jungle or killing Roshan. Wraith King jungling on the other jungle. Who cares?
Another Legion for a support, jungling in the mines or somewhere. Yeah.
Yep. That was ridiculous. And I hope if they win, we get to interview him, because I want to know what his thoughts are about that game in particular. Did you have fun? Well, let me think. There's two answers, right? Either it was too easy, wasn't that fun, or hell yeah, I like destroying people.
I think it was kind of tragic. I'll be fully transparent with you, and I hope for our viewers and for ourselves that Bangladesh actually comes up with well, no, the game plan was good, not a Qatar, but the game plan was good. Just bat out Beastmaster, run it back, go for whatever you want, whatever strats you have, but don't let the most broken hero in the meta through, especially when you don't have first pick, right? Is that a possibility? Maybe they overlooked that they didn't have first pick. Bangladesh thought, oh, we've got first pick, we're not going to ban Beast and we're going to play it ourselves?
Here's the thing, though. Okay. So we say it's the most broken hero, right? How come it's not picked or banned every game, though? Because it's... I'm not going to say it's rare, but the majority of games don't have them picked or banned. You know, now it might be because they're now just catching up to what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
But for now, the hero is not as meta as I think he deserves to be.
So I'm gonna be honest, okay? I think Beast is at a really strong point right now, and I actually think it feels like it is S tier in this tier level of Dota. I think when you go into tier 1 echelon, there are so many ways of punishing what Beastmaster needs to do, and there are many heroes that help you set up for those skills. Realistically speaking, this was a very poor laning phase on the bottom, only because the Phoenix was forced to get out of there, right? If you had CK plus Grimstroke, Reality Rift into Inkswell, into Chaos Bolt, the Beastmaster dies. He was lining up with a Hoodwink. The Io was not there with him, right? So you could have killed Beast there, but because you were forced to play with a Phoenix, Phoenix doesn't really do anything, especially when he's getting bullied out of the lane, right? And if you're talking about tier 1 Dota, you would get the likes of a Crystal Maiden, CK, you punish the Beast. He comes out with a boar, you frostbite the boar, you kill it. And then even if he does go and start jungling, you're gonna have a position for, I don't know, Tusk, Techies, Dark Willows, whatever, the rotatey type supports, and they're gonna go and bully you out of the stacks or leech your XP or throw a long range ability to steal some of that gold. Whereas in this game, he had such a free game because there was not enough reliable lock from the support side of the Radiant squad that he could just do whatever he wanted.
Let me tell you though, yesterday it was a Beastmaster Hoodwink, I think it was as well. Okay. And they played against an insane lane in CM and Windranger.
That is pretty hard, okay, yeah.
Nothing changed. He lost the lane a little bit. He had literally a 10 stack at both engines. Same thing. It's so hard to stop too, because he has so much range. He doesn't take any damage doing it. He can stack it himself. He doesn't even need allies to do it. I just feel that even if you do pressure him a lot on lane, there's always fallbacks for him, which most other heroes have no access to, you know? I mean, I don't know. Obviously, time will tell whether tier 1 teams will kind of start to adopt this as well, because in theory, the aura is pretty insane anyway for everybody in your team. where there's push to Roche, you offer BKB piercing stuns. We all know what Beastmaster does. Right? So,
Yeah.
Is it really tier 1 worthy? Time will tell. But as you said, for here, right now, in this qualifier, absolutely unmatched.
Yeah, truly unbelievable. And I would assume we're not going to see, Beastmaster is not going to see the light of day for the remainder of the series. At least Nepal wants to be funky, right? There are some certain points in the past of Dota, even in highest tier, when a hero is generally agreed by the majority as being broken, but there's a squad that comes out and says, we think we're good enough, let us try to beat it. And it has happened, right? It has happened. I think Liquid had a few attempts to do that. Back at TI6, Wings was like, oh yeah, well, we're playing so good, we're dominating, let us just run a funky draft and let them get the best heroes to see if we can beat them. And Wings did lose that one map in the grand final when I believe they ran Punch Techies. They got punished by DC. Liquid wanted to defeat the Chen, and the Chen just steamrolled over them. So it could be a thing of Nepal being like, let us see if we, the best team thus far in the region, can deal with it in some way.
It's possible, for sure. I still don't think the hero is completely unbeatable. I actually think there are some items that we haven't seen against it yet. For example, Pipe means you heal less from the drums. Deals way less damage, obviously. Mage Slayer, same thing. Great answer to him, just like it is against Timbersaw and these kind of heroes. But yeah, most of the games that I've seen with Beastmaster were just so one-sided that these items would never really be able to be purchased by the enemy team. That's another thing with Beastmaster, though. It's very high tempo, right? Because of his aura, like, you really push down buildings fast. You take Roshan fast. It's when you fall behind against Beastmaster, it just feels like you're doomed to lose almost.
Yeah,
so, such an objectively strong hero.
Well, I now actually I'm gonna take a look and actually tell you a bit of a fun fact. I think this was an overall last pick Keeper of the Light. Is that correct, Black?
Yes, sir.
So I think this is the first time since we're doing an Asian qualifiers, either of the Asian sides, that I've seen an overall last pick lose pre-minute 25. Because I've noticed a pattern. You get overall last pick, and even if you find yourself on the receiving end of a beating, the final hero that you get in helps you hold on to the game for a while longer. Whereas here, and again, this is just because of my coddle hate, I understand that. But Keeper of the Light is a hero designed to do just that, Black. Is a hero you pick, even if you lose, you're going to use the Illuminate, you're going to clear the waves, and you're going to keep your towers alive for longer. You're going to give the space necessary to your carry and your offlane to, get a few more items so you can extend that fight. Whereas in here, this Keeper of the Light couldn't do that because he was always getting caught. We saw the target prioritization was impeccable from Nepal. We highlighted how their chaining skills together's capacity was in the first series of the day, but now just the target prioritization was completely spot on time and time again.
It was. But that's again, Nepal is just, what can you say? We have seen 3 games so far, even against Bangladesh, who gave India a pretty damn hard time. They absolutely steamrolled them. So maybe it's safe to say Nepal might actually be the favorite of the entire region now. Again, that's a question that we can't answer just yet, but it definitely seems that way. Their picks, playstyle, super aggressive. I love the way they play the game right now. I generally don't like teams that react too much because you just give opponents too many opportunities to do things. And Nepal doesn't do that. Like, they farm up the core items, then they throw everything they have at you. They don't let you breathe. They don't let you farm up any timings anymore. And you just feel like you're suffocating. It's basically what happened just now to Bangladesh. Game was so even. Beastmaster online, he's like, all right, I'll just be in your face forever. Good luck dealing with me.
I believe I can give our viewers at home a bit of an update. Okay, India and Sri Lanka, and a game happening off stream while we were casting Nepal and Bangladesh. Very interesting, Black. I feel like tomorrow we are heading for a clash of the two titans of Nepal and India, because I feel like they're trying to one-up each other.
Of course, yeah.
Right here, Nepal won in 20 minutes and 31 seconds. On the other stream, India defeated Sri Lanka in 20 minutes and 30 seconds.
Wow.
1 second faster. That is a storyline. That is a storyline if I've ever seen one. I mean, I think that's kind of cool.
So they're basically now, just as you said, competing about who can own the enemy the fastest. Oh, that's funny. Well, the big match will be tomorrow, man.
Yeah.
Nepal, India. We'll have the last laugh. We'll see.
I do hope, Black, that it will be a bit less anticlimactic as the Central Asian Grand Final, because in Central Asia, where both Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan were qualified, it felt kind of a walk in the park for one of the sides, and might be just because there were slightly less stakes as the both teams qualified. Well, looking at this right now, if I believe statistically, right, if you have 2 losses in this format, you are out of contention for the top 2 slots. So if India defeats Sri Lanka 2-0 and Nepal continues their dominating round versus Bangladesh, we will be pretty much set in stone for who will make it to Chengdu.
Yes. Again, oftentimes, unfortunately, the qualifiers were pretty one-sided. Bangladesh seems to be the only one that can really put a stop to the other 2 Titans. India has already bested them. Now, if Nepal beats them too, it's pretty much set in stone already what's going to happen. And then tomorrow we're going to have a big, nice grand finale for the seeding, which is going to be very important down in Chengdu. Yeah, if Bangladesh loses this game now to Nepal, it's pretty much guaranteed that they're both through.
Yeah. Beast is banned out, thank God. Oh, that's funny. Oh, man. Bangladesh, if they somehow win this game and then they lose 2-1 in the decider block, I think they will really, really hurt themselves for letting Beast go through in that game 1. But again, it's a big if. They still need to face Nepal, who seems to play better and better with every single map they've played today. This is the 4th showing they're going to have on stream, and they've been dominating top to bottom, banning out the Witch Doctor from Nepal. Still prioritizing the hero, although the Voodoo Restoration has been pretty significantly nerfed.
It has, for sure. Still a very strong hero. Witch Doctor, man. Witch Doctor. He just came out of nowhere with the facets. I love the hero. I probably will always love the hero.
So do I.
It's just super fun.
10 seconds remaining.
The entire concept, the voice acting.
Radiant team pick.
It's great.
Spirit Breaker. Okay, this is good start. I'm loving this. We saw a Spirit Breaker Darkseer combination earlier, but Nepal will respond with the Pudge. Have they played Pudge? This is the 3rd time playing Pudge. Okay. They really believe in their support Pudge. Position 4 has been doing a lot of good job. 5 actually. Sorry, they're playing Pudge 5, right?
Yeah, they play Pudge 5.
Yeah.
But again, they...
What? Wait, what? They banned the Darkseer themselves? But you have the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, but they did some pretty godlike work to get up the Pudge last time.
I see. They're trying to ban out Larice. Because Larice played the Beastmaster, Larice played the Darkseer. They want to see how versatile Larice is if they can take him out of the comfort zone. That's fine. That's not a bad approach, right? And Nepal's still not going to prioritize Larice's hero. They're going to go back for Shadow Demon. We earlier saw the Kanka set up with Pudge, and that worked tremendously well for the Nepalese squad. But this time around, it's going to be Disruption into potential Hook Dismember.
10 seconds remaining.
That one is a lot harder to pull off, though. Like, you need to know really all the right angles, because the 2 illusions, very easy to block the hook, of course. Honestly, it's not even something you can really practice too well. It's just kind of RNG, to be honest.
Dire team pick.
But we'll see. The heroes together are very strong. Oh, Rubik.
Nice. Good, very good. Can steal Disruption. Well, as long as he doesn't steal Rot from Pudge, everything else, all the abilities that are on the table for him, very, very good. And Rubik is a strong nuker these days. Probably a bit undervalued, I would say, in the current meta. I don't see it played as much as I think it would be deserved to. But who knows, right? TI season is just around the corner, and it feels like Rubik is one of these heroes that does see a lot of play every international.
Yeah, it's a hero that just creeps in every time. Just because it basically blocks so many heroes from coming. Instant stun, repositioning spells in general, as you said, strong laner. It's a fan favorite as well. It's a player favorite.
Radiant
Everybody
team
likes the hero.
Enchantress.
Yeah, same with Pudge, right? Both Rubik and Pudge are favored, and they're gonna join. Okay. The Enchantress. I used to call this hero the Poor Man's Shadow Demon, because the way Enchant works is kind of like a worse version of Purge. So, sure.
5 seconds.
I don't necessarily know why they wanted Enchantress and why they picked it here. This is also revealing that Spirit Breaker will be an offlane, not a support.
Mm-hmm. Which is fine. Very strong offlaner.
Radiant team pick.
But the lane with Rubik is not...
Oh, wow. Okay.
Ooh, okay, yep.
Also, they banned out the Hoodwink. I just spotted that. You're really afraid of whatever happened in that bottom lane in the first game, and I don't think Hoodwink is worthy of a first phase ban black.
You don't think Hoodwink is?
First phase ban? Come on.
Hey, it depends, you know. Like whatever gave you the most trouble, it's probably worthwhile banning. But yeah, generally there is heroes that are definitely considered stronger than Hoodwink. Quite a lot of them as well.
Seconds remaining.
Pangolier back on the menu.
5 seconds.
It's not the
remaining.
best hero, to be honest, against the cow, but Rubik as well as Enchantress, they can't really do much to him.
Oh,
And the
Black.
Pangolier.
Team ban.
Can I beg you, explain to our viewers at home, why is Spirit Breaker nickname the cow?
Why is Spirit Breaker's nickname the cow?
Yes, please.
Honestly, I might not even know that.
Radiant
Perfectly.
What?
team ban.
The cow? I at least know him as a space cow.
So the reason I thought, yes, Space Cow, but the reason I thought that is the thing is because there's a voice line.
Oh, where he
That
goes.
Spirit-
"Ooh."
Exactly. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
And I just wanted you to do the voice line, so thank you, Black. Our viewers will be very, very happy with that.
Of course. Like, I understand your signals, you know.
Yeah, of
We got the
course.
connection, deeps.
Someone clipped that and put it on their soundboard, and then in a Discord voice sound, every time you join the Discord, just play Black making the Space Cow noise. That'd be top
Yeah.
tier.
And they were like, is it black?
remaining.
Yep.
Would you be a Black Space? Anyway, Black Space Cow. Tiny coming in for Bangladesh, great hero, and it's gonna be a very solid matchup between him and the Pangolier and the mid lane. So great to reveal it at this point in the draft, as Alina, Ember Spirits, Lesh, and OD will not see the day of light in the final two picks. Bangladesh again have to reveal their fifth before Nepal has overall last pick.
Nepal overall last pick with a very solid draft already. They're gonna pick their offlane last, seemingly. All right.
I think in the TI qualifiers, I believe PSG Quest ran Pangolier most successfully on the offlane, so there could be a bit of a
They could
switcheroo
put it
there.
big. Yeah. That could definitely work.
But I think Brewmaster, as an offlaner for Nepal, still available, still in the pool, and very good at disrupting a lot of the plays that I believe the Dire lineup would like to make.
Yeah, I could see that happen. What do you think they're gonna pick last though here on Bangladesh's
Radiant
side?
team pick.
Oh, they're flexing the Tiny to safe lane. I thought we were going to see a Medusa, although she doesn't like playing versus Pangolier Diffusal. But I think that's what they were heading for, and I think they saw the Pangolier and decided we're just changing completely up. So we're going to have a Tiny safe lane Voice Spirit mid. if this is a Pango mid, it's a good
5
Void Spirit
seconds remaining.
lane. But if they're flexing this Pango, and then you send Pudge mid or pick something else, this Void Spirit could be dominated. No, that's what I'm saying. It's the Viper. It's gonna be not the flex. It's wait a minute. Viper safe lane. No, Viper off lane facing Senpai's Tiny on the safe lane. Wow. So they don't want to prioritize destroying the Void Spirits lane, but they don't want to allow Tiny have a game. That's what this draft tells me. And if you paired up Viper with a Shadow Demon, that's going to be a lot of nuke damage. If you pair up Viper with a Pudge, it's going to be so much slow, and it's going to make it much easier for Pudge to hit mid hooks. So far, so good. Nepal sticking to the game plan, and I think coming out on top of this draft.
I think I agree. The Void Spirit last, it's a strong lineup regardless from Bangladesh. I don't think they're massively outdrafted, but overall, the draft of Nepal seems very strong. It's something they're very comfortable with as well. So yeah, it's hard to imagine them lose after what we've seen in the last couple of games. Although they do have a Viper, a hero I really hate personally. So I am hoping that I'm not going to be disappointed with it again.
I think I'm very doubtful, let's say, about this Enchantress pick. I don't necessarily know what it brings to the table and this current format, and I guess Enchant will be quite good to convert some of the Phantasm illusions later on, right? That's one part of what she could bring. And there's a lot of right-click damage coming in from the Viper and CK, so maybe the Untouchable would protect her. But then at the same time, Pangolier, Swashbuckle, plus the supports are quite good at bursting her. So hopefully we get a bit of a Jhin masterclass on the Enchantress to prove me wrong. As I said, I'm not a big fan of the hero. Definitely not in this matchup, as I think she should be filling in the role of position 5 to allow Ori get the farm on the Rubik, right?
Yeah, usually Ench is played as 5 nowadays. I actually think Ench is quite strong as a support. I mean, she just does what Ench does, right? You dominate lane, and from there you transition into a good mid game. And you can be this like front line that's super annoying to deal with. But yeah, we'll see how exactly the game plays out for them. It's not like it's an auto win for lane either. Especially against the Pudge if they end up laning against each other. Oh, Puzzle on his Pudgy again.
Jhin breaks the smoke and gonna walk straight into the meat hook from Puzzle. Starting off really hard. Chaos Bolt and one more right click with the drop. Kalem claiming it on the Shadow Demon. And look at the body block Sesson with an absolute masterclass, allowing for disruption to come through. The slows are there. Hook coming in just a few seconds. Is Puzzle gonna be able to get in range? I think he might just get it. The Spirit Breaker jumps into the hand of the Pudge, who gets somehow last hit there. Did he have another blood grenade? Anyway, Pudge gets the last hit. 2 kills for Nepal to kick off the game. And if you're Bangladesh, you don't want to do this, and look at it. They're setting up again, Black.
Or it's the same as before, just on a different side now.
Exactly. They have a voice. Voice Spirit is quite good at disengaging, right? Does he have the Shadow Step? The Dissimulate, sorry? He doesn't have any points killed yet. Okay, this could work out. There's 4 players that they're pinging. But Emperor Len, he thinks they're coming from north, and he's walking into their grasp. Okay, gonna use the Dissimulate, but Sesson is there. 5 players on top of the Voice Spirit. Hook connecting left, right, not enough. And it's gonna be a repeat of what we've previously seen.
Very interesting that he like walked into them. I actually thought it was not gonna work out. Maybe he was looking to try to grab the room.
No. I definitely think he saw the tape of this first series. He saw that they like setting up above and north of the tier 1 tower. So he went down south to avoid them. But Nepal, with the forehead play, was like, oh, let's just predict where he's going to go. So he walked into their grasp while he thought he was going to get up from top. It was very interesting. And Nepal showing us that they know how to outsmart an opponent.
different layers of depth here when it comes to outsmarting, for sure.
Yeah.
That gives Pangoli a fantastic start again. Qatar, what, 3-0 already, 1k lead this early into the game. Not how you want the game to go if you are a fan of Bangladesh.
I guess on the bright side, the Spirit Breaker 3, Spirit Breaker is a hero that can get punished a lot if played as an offlane, but because he has the luxury of a range support versus 2 melees on the Radiant safe lane, I believe Death should have a pretty good lane, allowing him to get plenty of last hits.
True. It should be very comfortable for him.
Oh, meat hook missed.
One of many, you know what they say, you miss every shot you don't take.
So then he landed it because he took it.
Sure.
But then he didn't connect. Oh, charge! Death. Maybe a bit overconfident there, going in with a charge, wasting it now, being reality rifted and rotted. Blood Drain will get the job done. Okay, you shouldn't die if you keep the charge available, and not if you use it to get on top of them and tank about 4 seconds of rot to level 1. And now Ori up top, Shadow Poison will get the job done. It's Senpai playing very, very deep behind tier 1 around the secret shop area. 5-0 already for Nepal.
Don't be mad.
And
Don't be mad.
I mean, they're playing into a Viper lane, right? I'm not surprised to see that the tiny Rubik lane is struggling a little bit.
Yeah, the Viper last pick actually makes a lot of sense. He's almost level 3. So basically the hard part of Viper is surviving level 1 and 2. Where you're very weak. Now that he's done that, his lane is going to be amazing.
Look at Caleb. He just doesn't care.
What are we doing? Wow.
He is so strong. Okay, misses 1 Shadow Poison. It has mana only for a single one more. Actually, Clarity coming his way. A few more right hits will do the job. Yeah, Senpai falls.
Okay, well, let's ball to the walls. We like that. Again, they're just so aggressive. All the time.
I don't know what to say, Black. It's Nepal just showcasing us how good they truly are.
Again, yeah. Every single time. Seems like they're...
Oh, charge bottom. This might actually be nothing.
Might be nothing indeed.
Pangolier has 10 denies and 2 full creep waves ahead of Void Spirit in the last hit department, Black.
Yeah, I mean, he did start with quite a big advantage, but also the player himself, he's very strong, he's very confident. So it makes sense that he's performing. Especially if you win the first game like that, you can definitely tell Nepal is feeling themselves much more. And what better way is there to win than they did in the last game? Almost impossible to win in a quicker match, right?
Well, I mean, the way they're playing right now, they might want to show us that they can do it again, as Ori is just ticking down to the Shadow Poison stacks, plus the poison attack from the Viper. Again, Rubik played safe lane instead of helping the Spirit Breaker bottom with Enchantress here. I don't know if this is the way to go, and it's clearly not paying off for them just yet.
They had tough choices to make because they also didn't maybe necessarily know exactly where the enemy is going to lane all their heroes either. But,
They didn't?
I mean, just because the player is playing, it doesn't mean they can't switch it up a bit, right?
True, but also Nepal has confidently won all their games playing in this way, right? So it doesn't really make that much sense. As was that 2 Chaos Strikes back to back? Blues though is getting right to below half HP. Another impetus flying in, but the meat hook connects onto Jin, and the Chaos Bolt will fly in to secure the kill. Is that what the Spirit Breaker is witnessing? No charge for a few seconds, turns around and dies at the hands of Puzzle.
Yeah, makes it look easy again. They're just outplaying them on every lane, almost every aspect possible. It must be pretty demoralizing, especially after how well you kept up with them in the last game. Yeah, Nepal is just on another level, 100%. Tiny level 3, Viper level 5. We come back to the lane, but for what?
I guess Tiny's getting a few last hits while the Rubik is making space.
Space is the right word.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Senpai, I don't know where you're going to. Oh, there's a TP coming in. It's actually the Void Spirit. Does he have level 6 on the Void Spirit? Yes, he does. Tiny tries to stay alive as much as possible. Shadow Poison stacks will get the job done. And now Caleb going up north, making space for the Viper. Sees the courier, gets the kill. Emperor Len really wants to get something. Look at Puzzle. What is he doing there behind the tier 2 tower, wanting to maybe make his way to the Wisdom Rune, but he will not get there as Jin gets out of the danger and collects the Wisdom Rune. Up top, the action is actually continuing. Shadow Demon juke left, right, and escaped without getting caught by the Void Spirit.
Oh, it's so demoralizing. Like, you make a big rotation trying to finally get the first kill onto the board, but they're not even giving you that. They're giving you nothing.
You get nothing. Good day, sir. There's no Axe on the server. Axe was very meta until 736. So I suspect we're not going to see him for at least a couple more months in the game. 10 kill lead, minute 8. Not a single blood drawn by Bangladesh as Enchantress is getting low and low, but Jin is very speedy right now. I think he should be safe. Puzzle's hook is not even gonna be, doesn't have enough mana for it. So Jin survives. We are waiting for Death to hit level 6. I guess the upside of his Spirit Breaker is that he doesn't need an item to have an impact, right? And charging away, mana on the Pudge, does not connect with the meat hook, but will throw it nonetheless. Rubik dies to Larice. I think Ori was trying to leech some XP up top, and Larice said, not on my watch.
Yeah, you ever come close to a Viper that farmed that far ahead in levels? Definitely very dangerous. No point in the Astral Spirit either. Wait, good night, Jin. 5k lead, 12-0. This might be the most one-sided match we've seen so far.
12-0. I mean, what is there to say? Spirit Breaker's level 6. Void Spirit is not that far behind as is level 7 as well. So if they can get up together on top of this Bangalore like they're doing right now, they're going to get the kill, and it's going to be the first one going in the favor of Bangladesh now, turning around. The Pudge is trying to get Rubik back, but he's very speedy. Now Shadow Demon, can he get away out of the grass? Connecting with the Shadow Poison, it's going to be actually Callum getting on a mega kill streak. Want to kill someone here. Emperor Len, no more mana, no more Astral Steps, and he will die, but Jin claims the mega kill streak. Dismember. Way off cooldown. Plenty of mana just now. Can Puzzle get in range? Yes, the body block of the creeps will be sufficient. Larice there, the poison attacks, getting not the kill as Sison respawned. That's how long that chase lasted.
Oh, they did at least finally get onto the board. That is good for them. And honestly, 5k being 13 kills down is not that much, but it could be much worse. There is some play to be had, potentially. But, well, now that I say that Tiny might be dying again. Hopefully not. Big carry, there's a Viper crack as well.
4 poison stacks already tossed away from the Viper. The Mito gets tagged by Ori. If the Tiny can somehow survive here, he needs some more help. No. He just melts.
Unfortunately, not meant to happen.
Ori? Mid hook! Okay, Black, that was off the mark. Come on, you saw that was not connecting.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Hey.
He's speechless. He's speechless, ladies and gentlemen. He knows I'm right. He knows that we should have not connected.
I play Patch Lock myself, so you just gotta take those, you know? I'm not gonna complain.
Oh, Son alone. Double jump, nice centaur stun, but it has the shield coming in from the crash. Now turns around, gets the kill. He's going for the Enchantress. Nice trying to attempt going onto the low ground Jhin. The double shield crash going over, swashbuckle, and it doesn't matter. Caleb doesn't give a damn. He's gonna get the kill no matter what. He's actually right now hopping the kill chart. Caleb has 7 kills, Black, and 6 assists.
Yeah, and I just said it's just a 5k lead. Suddenly 1 minute later it's 9k lead. What is even happening?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So quick. Nepal really loves taking games over like this. And they're making it look easy every time.
They need 13 more kills for the magic number.
Magic number, huh?
Yeah. Or I guess they need... Oh, what a hook! Perfect connection coming in from Puzzle as the ball through the goal between the creeps, connecting and getting Senpai. Pitch perfect play from Puzzle.
I don't know what's happening, but every patch we see is just owning.
It's the best player. Yeah. And it's not just because, oh, Pudge is broken, he blinks, rots, and kills us all, as it used to be. No, it's because they're genuinely good at connecting with their meat hooks.
Yeah, his accuracy must be really high. Of course, he's missed a couple, we can't hit all of them.
Is under attack.
But his, percentage must be super high. I kind of missed the command from Dota 1. I think it was HA, hook accuracy. That you could type in and see how many hooks you missed.
I swear that was a thing at the beginning of Dota 2, before we went on to Dota Reborn. I swear, like, remember at the end of each game, you would open up console and it would write you all the stats, like how many spells you hit, how many seconds you slowed, and stuff like that.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah,
I don't know why that...
Yeah, I like that feature. I don't know why it's not in the game anymore.
Same.
Blues is just 1v3ing everybody here right now, and nice armlet toggling to stay alive, but the astral step jumping from Emperor Len, finally looking like he's about to lead, well, maybe not anybody else, but maybe his squad to more success. And Black, now that Bangladesh got another kill, we're no longer 13 kills away from the magic number, just 2 kills away.
Just 2 kills away.
I mean, at
The
this point,
opposite way, though.
Radiant's
Yeah,
middle
but
tower
it doesn't really go that way. No.
At this point, I'll take a 420 as well. But no, that doesn't make sense. That would be a 402 then. No, that's lame. Bruh. CKTP is down bottom, and Emperor Len with Ori are still in the vicinity. If they get a charge from the Spirit Breaker, they could probably kill the
Radiant's
CK
middle
again.
tower is under attack.
Ooh, lag? More like everybody disconnected. Damn. Is he the only one not at the LAN? Or why did everybody disconnect but him?
Maybe... You know, how some internet cafes have like a really odd like setup where they got different connection for a set of computers and then a different one for others as a backup. Maybe he's the one playing on the backup.
Potentially, you're right. There's some setups where you have the backup connection. Mm-hmm.
Well, everybody's ready. So that was just a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We will be hopping in back into the game. Quite quickly. I like this. I don't want to see... Nobody wants to see that long of breaks, right, Black?
Yes.
How do you tackle long breaks as a player?
But how do you tackle long breaks with the player? Everybody's different again. Like some actually just can't do it and they get really tired when they do it.
Mm-hmm.
Others
Dire's bottom tower
don't
is
mind
under
at
attack.
all. You know, go to the bathroom, have some water. The problem is, especially during LANs, like online you can't really check what people do. But on LANs, like people, especially gamers, you know our attention span isn't the greatest. We always want to do something. So
fair enough, yeah.
We tap out, we go to like Twitch, watch some random stream. And that's where problems can happen, especially on LAN. When people get really restless. But yeah, generally myself, I just talk to my teammates, try to make sure everybody is on top of the game. I keep trying to remind them where the enemy positions are. Whoa, the range! Jeez, it was so close.
Hey, it didn't connect. Somehow.
Well, you didn't want to connect anymore, that's why.
Yeah, you gotta manifest it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, the Spirit Breaker is food, but I am not blaming him. This Chaos Knight is 9,000 threads armlet orchid, 1,000 gold in the back at minute 15. I don't know if I've ever seen this before. As I hear an Astral Step, someone trying to get away, and I believe it was the Viper putting pressure on to Emperor Len. He's got the Mage Slayer Dragon Lance done and almost level 12 on this Viper offlane.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
it's not quite as flashy as Beastmaster, of course. But how can you be, really?
Yeah, it's a Viper. Arguably one of the flashiest heroes in Dota.
Sounds about right. I mean, I like the words you use. I'm not entirely sure how I would word it myself. But yes.
Yeah, I think
There-
flashiest less sounds better than a flashlessiest.
Yes, sure. I'm inclined to agree with that.
We're reinventing the English language, ladies and gentlemen. This is what it's come to.
Honestly, like, I would love to just make my own language somehow.
Okay.
Another perk of being immortal, right? You get to make your
Well-
own language at some point.
What would you call the language that you make?
Wow, man. That's the first tough question I'll have to solve.
Wow, man. That's a good name. Wow, man.
No, yeah, you actually forgot the second part of it. That's the first question I have to ask myself.
That is a pretty long, but you know what's not going to be long? This upcoming team fight, because Emperor Len gets bursted, so does Ori. Double Astral Step away to get back to safety, and I think the Void Spirit might be able to tank that with the barrier, and he manages to run away. The support will be the only fallen angels. Nope, Deaths is actually, well, one of the casualties in this fight. And Jin dies to poison from the Shadow Demon. He's got a Blink Dagger on the SD. He is out farming the Spirit Breaker by about 800 gold right now, Black. I am completely stunned. And we missed the magic number. No!
Yes.
Darn it.
One win for the non-memers.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, this outranging tower, I still think that's a concept that should not be accepted, should not be allowed in Dota. Outranging towers is so lame. What do you think about that?
Outranging towers.
Well, I think about CK dying is actually not a bad step for the team to take. Another 1k gold swing. They need about 10 more kills like that and they're back in the game.
Black, they killed him 4 minutes ago, and then they lost like 10 other kills since then. I don't think it makes that big of a difference, if I have to be honest with you.
Well, can't give up hope that easily, right?
That is true. And Emperor Len does not give up hope. He's trying to run away. He does get purged, but has another Astral Step to get out there, and they manage to slay Puzzle. And that is a 4-kill streak, 1,000 gold thing only on the back of that now. Goodness, Elise just completely burning through the Enchantress. Untouchable or not, says, I can touch you and I can kill you. Double shield crash, hopping over onto high ground. There's a sentry, and look at it, chain stunning perfectly. But that's actually going to the correct position to dodge the bushwhack, and he gets away. In the end, it's a 1-for-1 that definitely puts Bangladesh as an advantage.
Yeah, any trade when you're this far behind, you always take them, for sure. Even a 1-2 trade would probably be beneficial for them at this point.
Amplified damage and almost full Manta style for the Pangolier. They are out farming each other. The Viper, the Pango, and the CK. Really, really solid from them. And I have to say, Blues has had a few, not quiet games, because he's playing very well, but because everybody else is taking over the games constantly, we haven't spoken as much about him. And, when we were looking at the rosters that Nepal fielded in the previous years, he is the new addition to the team.
And he's playing very well himself, as you said.
Yeah.
We didn't really put him into the spotlight too much, but I actually feel like this team just kind of like a huge systematic unit as they kill, Void Spirit down once more with the assistance of the Orchid.
Radiant's top tower
They just
is under attack.
seem to be mashing together so well. Another kill. I can't even ever talk because he just keeps killing everyone all the time. But there's some teams where you take one unit out, like one player out, and they won't function anymore as well. It kind of feels like Nepal is a team like that.
Dire's bottom
It just
tower
feels like they
is under
trust each other blindly. They always got each other's back. When they make plays, even if they have 100 health, they know exactly what their teammates are going to do.
Dire's
So what you're saying is that you think Nepal reminds you a little bit of Team Mongolia from last year?
radiance are scanning.
Potentially, but Mongolia already made changes, so
Is under attack.
And they started losing since then.
yeah, of course.
So maybe that is the key. Maybe if Nepal sticks together and if they can replicate even half of the success that Team Mongolia had last season, that would put them pretty up high up the leaderboard, right? The winners of the World Esports Championships last season. So Nepal should be, would love to be able to replicate some of that success.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, what do you think is going to happen to Mongolia this year? Are they going to field the same team?
No.
Are they going to be stronger than last year?
No.
Dire's middle tower has
Fine.
fallen.
Although, wait. If they... Okay, let's just... a bit of a mistake there from Puzzle. Did you see what happened there in Paraland? Can he get away? He's been given the chance. Astral Step to jump to safety, pops the bottle, has another Astral Step if needed, but the Pangolier is coming for him. He just needs to get out, and he does. Well done. And that was a mistake from Puzzle there, Black. He was casting Dismember long range. He didn't think he was going to get it, but because of the other list, he did get Dismember, but then clicked away and just canceled the channeling of the ultimate. Because he wasn't expecting it for himself to have such a long range, which is pretty funny. I think if Mongolia... we're talking about Team IHC here, right? If they're gonna field the same roster as last year after not playing with each other for about, 4 or 5 months now, they might go through a honeymoon period, right? And manage to have some success. But otherwise, in the current format, I don't think they're gonna do anything, actually. As who's not doing anything? Is Void Spirit.
Again?
Yeah.
It came back. Hook off the mark slightly. The thing is, these games are very demoralizing to play. I understand Bangladesh, they don't want to leave the game, of course, because it means they're out. And it's just the longer you stay in, the more
Is under attack.
like the worse it feels, right? It's just such a grating feeling. At least for me, it would be. Again, I don't know how much time these players actually put into practice, if they're like a proper team outside of it, Because for a lot of them, they're just hobby players. And just to be here, it's like a dream come true for them.
Yeah, and of course, even if they lose or when they lose, because according to Dota Plus, currently they have a 2% win rate chance, they will still have another game to play for tomorrow, which will be for that bronze medal, third place in the South Asian qualifiers. So, national pride, Black, is something that we talked about, I believe, at the beginning of the first series today, and not a lot of tier 1 players have it, but when you are one of the, non-pro players and you get to represent your country, maybe playing for tier 3 team, it means a lot more to you. And we talked about this during the African qualifiers, and now we see it here as well. These players are very, very proud to do so. Even yesterday when we had a winner's interview with Seneko, he was kind of a bit tired, a bit focused. But when I asked him about representing Uzbekistan, his face suddenly lightened up, right? So it might be just a similar situation here for Bangladesh. And we see here Senpai trying to go, keep farming, maybe get himself closer to the silver edge, get that break that he might need to kill the Viper afterwards. So there's still at least pride to play for.
There always is, 100%. Especially in these national tournaments. If this was a national tournament, I do believe the game would probably be called at this point.
Yeah, so do I.
But, yeah, you make a great point. You want to really squeeze out every bit that you can. Oh, nice. Hot show continues. Tiny. Nah, he doesn't have a thing for anything. No way to make it out.
Well, that's going to halt his progress towards the silver edge. As the Spirit Breaker has a Yasha. Going for a Kaya now. He's away. There is a Shadow Demon with a disruption, getting him just in time. Goodness me. CK comes in. Shadow Blade. There's no dust. There are actually 2 sentries placed on the top of stairs. That was very tragic.
Well, I'm very proud of you.
Well, good night, sir.
Well, they still have all of their barracks, right?
They do, yes. But for how much longer? The Fisher is coming. Oh, there's a ward. He's definitely looking for the fish. That creep is very annoying right now, though. Ooh,
Avalanche.
some of the Silver Blade hook gets blocked by the Frost Ogre.
Telekinesis, pushing him back to stun the push and pull the creeps behind the tower. They still have a Fortify, so they can use it to kill the Catapult Wave. They're actually pop taking the Rolling Thunder, nice stun, but the sentry's on the ground. They're gonna turn around and kill onto death. The Sales Knight getting lower and lower, has the Aegis, but the Meat Hook connecting, and now the Rubik. Stolen Rolling Thunder. Okay, this might be pretty good for when the Spirit Breaker respawns. This might mean you need to give up your top set of racks, but if you can use the Rolling Thunder for the next skirmish, look, the Tiny's pushing mid, tries to claim the tower there. It's not bad. You just need to not feed any more kills before that happens.
Middle tower is under attack.
Well, it's hard not to when they're knocking down your barracks. You still have the Glyph, 10 seconds to go. No CK ult, bunch of things are on cooldown, so yeah, as you said, it's probably the best time to fight right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Power ticking down though. There's still the Aegis on the CK, of course. Charge in. Vehicle the patch. Tanky.
He's trying his best. Blues also still very low on HP with that Aegis. Now the Rolling Thunder from the Rubik manages to create some separation. The Pudge has fallen. The Aegis gets taken out, but now the Pangolier jumps in onto 2 with the Shield Crash and that crit coming in. The Chaos Strike putting an end to the Void Spirit. Another 3-second stun onto the Enchantress, and now Senpai tries his best on the Tiny to get the kill on the Viper, but the Viper survives. And now the charge coming in very fast and steady. Nice man to dodge the dust, pumping in the air, blinks on top of him, dismember, and death gets taken away by Sesson's triple kill. Good game, well played, gets called, and Nepal officially qualifies in top 2 to AEC Chengdu 2024.
And well deserved as well. They just crushed every match so far, completely one-sidedly. What is the other result? I'm assuming India also won their match.
I think that series might still be underway, Black. But
If India also won, then we got our 2 finalists, or rather our 2 qualified teams, who will then be playing it out tomorrow for the seeding, which is going to be very important when you play in that actual tournament, because you want to have the quote-unquote easiest opponent, if there is such a thing, really. Imagine you get a number 1 seed and then you have to play China. You're like, oh!
I don't want to imagine that. I think that would be very tragic. But then if you're the team that lost the grand final, at least you're going to be happy with the fact that you dodged that bullet. Okay, the game is still underway, Black. It is currently a 22k deficit. Score is 39-13, and there is a Storm Spirit that has 12 kills, 3 deaths, and 16 assists. and that is on the side of India. So that tells you pretty much everything you should know about what is happening off stream. And there's also a Rubik that's 13-2 and 16 for the Indian squad. So I assume that game will be over by the time we finish our highlights of this game number 2.
All right, fair enough. India, I mean, Fish, Storm Spirit, yeah. But now, coming back to this game, unfortunately, there isn't a whole lot talked about in terms of what Bangladesh could have done. They were just in the back foot for the beginning. They started the game 3-0, almost 2k goal lead down. And it's just a very tough spot to be in against a team that's already superior in terms of individual skill.
Yeah.
And they rode that advantage home pretty handily.
I gotta say, Black,
Oh.
let's look at the positives for Bangladesh, right? First of all, they will get a lot more experience versus playing teams that are slightly, well, more experienced than themselves in India and Nepal. At the same time, they've also shown that they understand mistakes they've made, and changing stuff up, adapting between the maps in a series is a key aspect of a high-level team. And the fact that they did adapt, they realized game 1 we were punished by the Beastmaster, so we're going to change our draft up completely. That was really good. Otherwise, then the individual skill is something that it's quite hard to overcome between two maps, right? If the side of Nepal has an average of 9.5k MMR, and Bangladesh, I assume they don't. No matter how good the draft may be, it's still gonna come down to who can click their spells faster.
Certainly. I mean, as you said, it was just a tough series. Not just a tough game. Tough series. First game 20 minutes, this game 27 minutes. But realistically, it could have ended just as fast. It's always hard to find positives, obviously, when it's so one-sided. But what I do like is that they didn't give up. They were still looking for opportunities. Even when they are down so far, they got a couple of nice kickoffs on the PK. Yeah, ultimately, Nepal, a little bit too overpowering. And I believe we might be hearing from them again. Very short.
Yeah, I feel like it hasn't even been that long since we last saw them. By the way, scoreline to finish the game off was 14-6 as 34 kill difference between the two squads in minute 27. A bit of a longer one than in game number 1 Black, right? That's pretty good for them. The other game has yet to finish, by the way, and you know why that is, Black? Because India, despite winning, they are playing versus a Beastmaster. So as you could imagine, the Beastmaster is holding on to the game as much as a Beastmaster can. But if India does manage to pull it over the finish line, as I think Krish just got an ultra kill on the Storm Spirit, that means it will be the second Beastmaster loss of the set of qualifiers. But, talking about hero statistics when it comes to this type of events is quite difficult, because even if, like we said, you have the S tier picks, it's still gonna matter who you're playing it against.
100% does. However, I didn't see Beastmaster lose myself. I don't believe it. Whatever games you casted, I wasn't part of that. So for me, Beastmaster 100% win rate, broken hero. Don't tell me anything different.
So this is like that, philosophical question. If a tree falls in the woods and nobody's there to see it, did the tree really fall off? That's very good, Black. I like that. We're getting very in depth here. I don't
As
know
we always are.
Of course, we are the most in-depth casting duo that you can find, not just in Dota and not just in Esports, Black. I reckon if you put us up there in being deeper into our analysis versus football casters, NBA casters, I reckon would be like in a solid top 3.
Maybe more than that, but yeah, you're completely right.
Yeah,
We
top
are. We're up there. Put it that way.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. We are them. We're cooking. I'm gonna hopefully find out if we're gonna be cooking a little bit of an interview with what I assume will be one of the core players of Team Nepal. Otherwise, I'm very impressed to see how they performed, right? We started off the day by saying they're a really good team. They are probably going to get second place. They might lose a map here or there, and India's going to maybe beat them for the first place. But afterwards, no, Black. They came in swinging, and, you know, even in the first post-match interview, told us, no, we are actually them, and we're actually going to get first place. We're going to beat India, and they're probably going to get second place. And then following that, they came in even hotter and defeated Bangladesh in a straight-up dominating fashion, you know, backing up the words. They're walking the walk, they're talking the talk, and they're probably one of the highest skilled teams that I've seen in the African and Asian qualifiers that hasn't played at WEC last year.
I think it's a very fair assessment, to be honest. I'm very much looking forward to them performing in Chengdu, because, as you said, I have not seen them perform in person yet. But if they play like they have just now, I don't even know what to say. Like they just look completely unmatched. Of course, the match against India is going to be a little bit more difficult, and it will probably give us a little bit more insight on how good they actually are as a team, because India is strong. But yeah, for now, they seem pretty unmatched. Pretty damn unmatched.
And you know what this tells me, Black? This tells me that the field for the Asian qualifiers is getting pretty much solid, as we only need two more teams. We only have two more slots available that would be contested later today and tomorrow for the West Asian region. So as of right now, let me take a look through the teams that will be battling in Chengdu. We will have China, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Australia, Malaysia, Philippines, and now, of course, confirmed India and Nepal. As India have just won their second series versus, their second matchup versus their opponent. So they're confirmed. So looking at these 8 rosters that are confirmed, Black, I'm not going to ask you who you think is going to be the favorite, because we talked about China, but I'm going to ask you from the West Asian region, who would you think would be a great addition between Qatar, Iran, Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria?
So, right off the bat, of course, Jordan is very strong. It's Major's team. Even is Amar from Jordan as well?
Before I say anything silly, I'm gonna say Mage is not playing this year.
Yeah, he's listed as a substitute, so I don't know if he's playing or not. I think Amar, the F, is also listed as a substitute. So if in any twist of fate they actually do get to play, I think that team could be insane. Or if they don't play, I think their chances of making it, they're still decent. But even if they do make it, their overall chances in Chengdu are probably not super high.
I'm actually quite surprised by the current roster that Iran is going to be fielding, because the whole squad of Winter Bears, if you remember that they played quite a fair bit of Dota this year in the MENA region, has been, I think I've seen at least 3 or 4 players from Iran. So I would, including Mikey himself, right? Mikey, probably one of the most famous players out of the country. So I would have liked to see them maybe show up and compete in for this time. I believe they still have, if I'm not wrong, let me take a look at the rosters. So they will be fielding nobody from Winter Bears, not even a single player. So they will be running Aneen, Anumi, Milad, Sahand, and Hazy, whereas the Winter Bear squad was Kahal, Pastel, Mikey, and then 2 Turkish players. So nobody from that squad. Curious things. As right now we're taking a quick look at Nepal, again congratulating them for their double victories on stream today, Black. So yeah, okay, so you think Jordan is going to be the one to join them later on in Chengdu?
I believe so, and probably Lebanon. Again, the unfortunate thing is that both these teams have their most famous and strongest players listed as substitutes, so I don't know if they actually will play or if they just added their names. I'm not entirely sure what's up with that. But if they do play, I definitely believe they have, I mean, their lineup would just be insane. Can you imagine Jordan with ATF and Mage? Super high MMR.
That would be incredible. As well, that is going to be coming up next, Black. It's going to be Iran versus Jordan that will be kicking us off for the West Asian Dota 2 qualifiers. The first game of the day. That is a 5-team group stage. So we will be going back to best of ones. Not best of threes for that, because there's more matches to be played, of course, and we want everybody to have an equal chance. So if you want, we can actually talk about this a little bit before I let you go, my friend. Iran without anyone from Winter Bears, yeah, they don't have a chance here, Black?
It's going to be tough. But as I said, Jordan is also not feeling their strongest lineup. So maybe it's back to 50-50. I can't really judge both of the teams simply because they don't have the best players. I think if they both had the perfect lineups, I would actually give the advantage to Iran, because the Winter Bears were very strong.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Winter Bears, I believe, got quite a few second places this year, even defeating the likes of Enigma Galaxy and PSG Quest once or twice, which is quite an impressive feat in itself. Yeah. But yeah, I think that is going to be it for today when it comes to the South Asian qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. We will be sending it to an extended break before we return with the Western Asian qualifier with the first series of the day between Iran and Jordan. So stay tuned and we'll see you in a little while.